Welcome here to the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour for the final day of action and opening weekend in beautiful downtown St. Petersburg at the Tropicana Field. We are set for another fantastic morning and afternoon of ROK Cup Florida Winter Tour action. My name is Xander Clements here in the booth with ROK Cup USA's official announcer, Ron John Eversole. Ron John, the weather was a little bit iffy, to say the least, throughout the day yesterday, especially when we got to the afternoon, but the sun is out this morning. We're expecting temperatures probably to be the warmest they've been all week for official practice, up to the highs of about 75 degrees by the time the afternoon main events get out there. Should be an amazing day here.
Should be an amazing day. It's an absolutely beautiful morning, as you had mentioned, Xander. It was a kind of an interesting day yesterday. Clouds, then the sun popped out for just a little bit. Clouds came back in later in the afternoon. Thought perhaps we were going to get some of that beautiful Florida liquid sunshine. Thankfully we did not. And this morning we wake up and it's another beautiful day for us. I don't think we'll have any issues as far as the weather's concerned. Yeah, it'll probably be a little hotter today, but for these guys, it's been such beautiful weather for them. I think the racers will appreciate a little bit of heat.
Yeah, it's everything you can want out of a Florida Winter Tour. Come down and experience the Florida sun, get into a t-shirt and some shorts, and of course get some racing in. Let's take a look at where the ROK Seniors stack up right now in morning warm-up. Diego Ramos in the PSL Karting Factory Burrell Art right now is your quickest over Karol Paszewicz in the Lenzo Kart for Team International Motorsport as the checkered flag will fly. There's Paszewicz coming down the front stretch towards turn number 1, and he'll slowly bring it over into the scale line. Mateus Morgado goes P3 overall, and he is set to lead your field to the green in the main event later on this morning. Of course, the ROK Seniors will be the final division to run of the morning group, as there goes Noel Leon on through turns 1 and 2. And then ROK Shifter will close out the afternoon for 5 classes starting around 1 p.m. Eastern today. So for ROK Senior, once again, it's a PSL 1-3 with a near 2/10 margin for Diego Ramos. Smoking quick here in morning warm-up. It seems like every other day the first practice has not gone the way of the 313, but he's got a lot of confidence now going into today's main. Starts in a decent spot inside the top 10, but of course not as good as his teammate who goes third there in the practice as they split Karol Paszewicz. Aiden Ingrata will be coming from 11th on the grid with a heat race win to his name, but a crash in the pre-final with Noel Leon. He ends up 4th, about 2/10 off at a 34.99. And then you get to the 35-second bracket. Still pretty tight, as it's only about a 2/10 spread from 2nd down to 12th or so. You have Ingrata there in 4th, Weinberg 5th, Connor Zilic 6th, Blake Nash 7th, Louis Westover 8th, Santiago Fernandez in 9th, and Justin White in 10th. Main events are getting set to roll here. We will be playing the national anthem in just a few moments, so we will be taking a short break as VLR Jr. begins to fill the grid up with Stephen Miller and company set to do battle here live from St. Petersburg. It is once again the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. Main events, 5 classes here this morning, ready to go right now.
No, it's not. It could be in the trailer or the RV, but Trevor
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get started. Main event action coming your way here from downtown St. Petersburg. VLR Jr., the first to roll out onto the racetrack as we get set for what should be, again, a fantastic day of action here in the streets of St. Pete. Once again here, temperatures right now in the upper 60s, climbing to those early 70s, and you got 5 main events back-to-back coming your way with a good little gap in between the checkered flag of each one, which will give us plenty of time to get down for some post-race and pre-race interviews for each one. VLR Jr. has seen a couple drivers at the front as a whole with a pretty decent turnout. However, Stephen Miller in the Chad Dawkin Racing Kart Republic is going to be set to lead them off, and he had a dominant run in the second half of yesterday's pre-final, so he's set the standard that he will be the kid to beat here in the 12 to 15-year-old division. Leonardo Scorpioni will join him on the front row on that Zanella Racing Tony Kart, and then you go back to row 2 to find the Californian PSO Karting's Christian Cameron, and from Mexico, Ernesto Rivera on the Rollison Performance Group Cosmic.
And up next is going to be Diego Ardiles, part of the Rollison Performance Group as well. Diego will roll up along with Carson Weinberg, Tesoro Wasteworks driver. Up next will be the 875. It's Isaac Malquit and Turner Brown alongside of him. Anthony Martella, Victor D. Alencar, Sean Sekaguchi, and Emma Scarborough.
You go further back to find Emma Scarborough's teammate Christopher Aitken, another Chad Dawkin Racing Kart Republic. Then it'll be Quentin McPherson, in the Rollison Performance Group Cosmic. Behind him, the Speed Concepts Racing Race Lab guarding entry aboard the Villeneuve chassis for Ty Fisher in the 837. He's joined by Martin Ramirez Barreto in the AKT Energy. Nathan DePoy in the Goodwood Kartways IPK will line up in the following row. Then it'll be the U-Race OTK for Naomi Garcia. Lillian Scarborough's CDR Kart Republic rolls off next alongside Austin Dromalev in the Techno Kart. Then it will be Ava Dobson on the Team Benek number 878 and Alexander Jacoby on the U-Race Tony Kart. Salvador de la Vecchia, one of the many drivers moving up the order here into the junior division, but having to come from the rear. The San Antonio Racing 816 machine rolls off alongside Nash Motorsports' Peyton Westcott. Landon Cardwell in the DRT Racing Team DR chassis alongside Charles Roque, Jordan DeLeo, and Sebastian Blanchet will finish out a massive grid of VLR Juniors. 20 laps on the boards here as they begin to form up towards turn number 10.
Looking good as they come out of turn number 10 as we'll get ready to hopefully get a start here to our first final of the day. It's final Sunday here at the ROK Fest in beautiful St. Pete. I started to say San Francisco. No, we're in St. Petersburg, Florida, and here they come as they've made their way into the tram lines for the first time this morning. VLR Juniors finals, 20 laps.
Who gets the jump down to turn number 1? It'll be a good jump for Stephen Miller there as he runs the second place driver Leonardo Scorpioni a little bit wide at the exit of the corner. Through turn number 2, they'll stay single file up front, a little bit of contact in the back. We've lost 2 outside the edge of the top 10 over into the wall outside of turn number 2. However, the first 6 or so have gotten away scot-free. We'll get an ID on those drivers in turn 2 in just a moment. In the meantime here, as we see, it looks like one of them is going to be one of the Speed Concepts Racing entries. I have a feeling that might be Turner Brown as the leaders make their way to the back sector for the first time, and all the way through the field we'll file. We'll put 1 lap down, 19 laps to go. Stephen Miller, your leader. Christian Cameron second. Leo Scorpioni runs third, although Scorpioni wants P2. He will take it away in turn number 1 as he goes by on Cameron.
Man, John Antonino and Emma Scarborough are on the move all the way up a couple of spots. Emma's up into 7th. John Antonino now up into the 8th position. Already passed 6 karts there on that first lap. Again, we're going 20 laps here for the final. Our VLR Juniors.
Lots of contact there around Christian Cameron and Ernesto Rivera's group, along with Ardiles. Ardiles got shuffled to the wayside. He'll lose another spot. Big slide job there by Emma Kate Scarborough in the black helmet, orange and white Kart Republic. She ends up going so far wide. Another driver got by. It was John Antonino in that Tesoro Raceworks CRG. What a drive forward for Antonino. He's already up 9 spots here at the end of the second lap, and he's up to 5th, into the top 5, about a second away from Christian Cameron and Diego Ardiles. Great run in the works here for young John Antonino, the sophomore junior driver, continuing to roll as they head for turn number 5. And like I said, about a second back from the next group that runs together for 3rd and 4th, and Leo Scorpioni a second away at the moment from Stephen Miller. So there's a look at your field at the moment. Stephen Miller continuing to lead. There's a nice pass at the end for Turner Brown, losing a spot to Rivera. It was indeed the other Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed. They got taken out in turn 2, Anthony Martella. The other drivers involved on that opening circuit, Shun Sagaguchi in the Super 2 Tony Kart from Japan, and Peyton Westcott was a scratch here today, so she'll be written down at the bottom of the field. But 3 laps in, another pass there. That's Scarborough losing a spot to Rivera. So Emma Scarborough back down to what looks to be the 7th position now as Rivera continues to move his way up on forward. He's gotten by Antonino as well as Scarborough went by Antonino also. So it's Scarborough, in 6th, Antonino in the 7th spot, and Rivera up in P5 while the top 2 start to close together. As Scorpioni a little bit quicker. We got the meatball flag out on the front stretch for one driver. That is the 888 machine. Off camera here, the 888 is going to be about midway through the grid. That's Jordan DeLeo. Terrible news for him. He was up 12 spots to 16th from dead last. And Jordan DeLeo, a mechanical, will take him out as here we see another pass attempt over in the back sector of the circuit. Up towards the front, though, in 5th and pulling away is Rivera. There's a nice pass by Isaac Malkut by the AKT Racing Team Energy. He'll pick up another spot as Antonino starts to slide. He is lacking a lot of grip, it looks like, early. Slid it wide out of the final turn as well. He'll lose a spot in turn 1 at Turner Brown, and Brown takes over the position fully.
Without a doubt, Leonardo is making his way up towards the back bumper there of Stephen Miller. Stephen's been pretty much out there all on his own. Leonardo's been working really hard back behind him. The Zanella driver now, again, just now coming through turns number 8 and 9. Your 2 leaders, they have managed to gap the 3rd place driver. It looks like about 2/10 maybe.
Yeah, P3 and P4 have been even to Stephen Miller the last few laps. However, like you said, Scorpioni's gone purple lap after lap. The Zanella Racing Tony Kart that time by lopped off another 0.2 of a second to the race lead of Stephen Miller, who even he picked up the pace and pulled away from Christian Cameron and Diego Ardiles in third and fourth. So the battle beginning to heat up here on lap number 5 as we take another look through the pack to find the edge of the top 10 there.
Right now, sitting down a little bit further, we had talked about him just a wee bit. First year moving up into the VLR Jr. Salvador Della Vecchia up now 10 positions for Salvador, up into the 14th. Right behind him was Jordan DeLeo. Unfortunately for Jordan, he's been pulled off the track. Stephen Miller, though, still out in front. It's only about a 0.3 of a second lead now, so Leonardo continues to just inch his way up towards the back end there of Stephen Miller.
Yeah, they're coming towards turn number 5 right now here in the infield section. Stephen Miller at the moment only 2 car lengths up on a Scorpione as he is continuously getting stalked right now for the lead. We're almost to the halfway marker here, and we're already having lap traffic getting flagged off the racetrack. As you can see, the black flags waving there ahead of your leaders. Miller by 2 car lengths still. That time he goes quicker to a 36.719, 3.5 the margin from first back to second. Christian Cameron, Diego Ardiles still about 0.2 off the pace. They're losing some more time back in third and fourth to the lead. They're 3 seconds away now. No challenge to these two at the moment as Miller leads them still into turn number 8, but a Scorpione cannot break through that last 2 to 3 car length barrier to challenge. There goes Cameron and Ardiles. Here's a look at Ernesto Rivera and Emma Scarborough, who she herself is up 6 spots and went purple that time by.
Not bad at all. Emma having a great run, up 6 spots as you had mentioned, and again had gone purple. But Stephen Miller still out there in front, although Leonardo Escarpone still continues to just make up that little bit of ground. It's about 0.2 right now. Again, just now banking lap number 9 of 20. Next time by, we'll be picking up the halfway flags. Halfway home for the first group already in the finals here for the first leg of the Florida Winter Tour for 2023 here at Tropicana Field in St. Petersburg, Florida. What a beautiful morning we have.
Look how close the Scorpione's gotten.
Yeah, he's really gotten there.
He's right on him here this time. Had even a little wiggle in the braking zone to maybe go down the inside. He ultimately decided not to. So Stephen Miller holds the lead for the moment, but that gap finally did decrease down to a 1/10 of a second at the line. Again, Ardiles and Cameron 2.9 back and holding station. They're really not going to be a factor unless this battle goes to the wall here for the lead, because I mean, with just 10 laps around this racetrack, that's a pretty massive margin to go back to them. However, they've got to worry about Ernesto Rivera. Last time by, Rivera knocked off nearly 4/10 to third and fourth. So you could see him coming into frame there in 5th. P3, P4, P5 closing together here. Ernesto Rivera, nice drive from a not so great start on the outside lane to maybe get himself up into a podium.
All right, laps are counting down. Just banked number 11 of the 20. And still Stephen Miller out in front. Leonardo Escarpone, Christian Cameron holding solid right now into that 3rd position. Diego Ardiles in 4th. And as you had mentioned, Ernesto Rivera went purple the last time by. The RPG driver, the Mexican folk, doing really well. Again, made his way now up into that 5th position as being knocked back a couple of spots, but making his way back up there. Emma continues to hang on there in 6th. So things just getting started here. Our first final of the morning. And looking for Escarpone and Miller to come back around. Excuse me, Miller and Escarpone. See if he's able to make up that little bit of ground as they get ready to come through turns number 8 and 9. Still Stephen Miller out there in front, but he is definitely being run down by Escarpone.
Yeah, Scorpione's had only really 1 or 2 chances to maybe make a really aggressive dive bomb on him. On the flip side here, Ernesto Rivera is about to get quite a few chances to get by his teammate Diego Ardiles. That's going to be for the 4th position. The RPG Cosmics a car length apart as they head through turn number 3. And again, not much shifting behind them. A lot of drivers have come from the back of the field to crack the top 10. We'll show that once we see what happens here for P4. Rivera, big run to the bumper. Turn 8, not there. I think we may see a move maybe down in turn 1. There goes Scarborough on through for 6th. Here's a look back to 7th. That's going to be Turner Brown there. And then this big gaggle of cars between Ty Fisher, John Antonino, Ava Dobson, Salvador de la Vecchia, all the edge of the top 10. There's your pass for P4. Rivera does get through on Diego Ardiles, so Ernesto Rivera, another spot higher in the top 5. He's still only about a second away from Christian Cameron with 5.5 laps to go. He'll have a shot at it. On the pointy end of the grid, though, Leo Scorpioni has not been able to, again, just even make an attempt really at the lead. Stephen Miller has not put a wheel wrong, and that time by Scorpioni closed. I think this time he might lose a little bit as they go to turn 1.
About 2/10 there that last time by. Looking back down the order a little ways, you know folks are still battling it out there. And Ava Dobson, how about Ava now up into that 10th spot? Up 12 positions for Ava. 13 positions for Salvador de la Vecchia, puts him in that 11th spot. Jordan DeLeo in the 14th position, up 14 spots for Jordan. Again, laps winding down. We just banked number 15 of 20. Just a few more to go here. Still out in front, the CDR driver of Stephen Miller, just able to stay out there in front. Last time by was 2/10. This time it's just below the 2/10 at 1.87. So he's definitely making up just a little bit of ground there. Again, Escarponi.
That time he lost back a little bit.
Did he lose just a little bit?
Just a little bit. It's a game of hundredths right now between the top two. With 4 laps to go, Scorpioni picks up 400ths. Miller pulls 400ths back out of a hat. So it's 2.5 tenths
back and forth.
As of the time and loop last time, you can see that it's exactly a car length to a car length and a half.
Don't know if folks are able to actually hear it a little bit. We actually got a little wind picking up this morning.
Yeah, a little bit of a breeze here coming across the
racetrack.
Nice. It's not too much of a headwind or a tailwind. Leo Scorpioni would love to see a headwind really kind of making Stephen Miller back up into him. However, it's going directly perpendicular to the racetrack. Not much of a benefit for anybody with it going that way. With 3 laps to go, though, he's got to find another gear. He's got to get closer. Christian Cameron talking about finding another gear. He's really turned it up the last few laps. Down to only 2.25 seconds away. He's chipped off nearly a second of what the lead was from P1 and 2 back to 3rd. So Christian Cameron, that's given himself a lot of insurance back to Ernesto Rivera. Should put him safely on the box. However, what does a Scorpioni have? He takes another little peek down the inside, but doesn't pull the trigger. And he's going to need to get aggressive with it if he wants this win. How bad do you want to win the opening round of the Winter Tour, the second race weekend of the 2023 Pro National seasons? Scorpioni now nearly a car length and a half away from Miller as they go through 5 and 6.
Man, Steven's just been so consistent here. Whoa. Oh, and as I say that, look at that. What a move by Escarponi.
Great pass.
Wasn't expecting it there, but again, couple of guys made some passes in spots we weren't expecting, but guess what? He's going to look up and see the white flag. Escarponi, 1 more lap to go here.
Yeah, not only did we not expect that one at all,
no kidding.
Neither did Stephen Miller.
No.
He got caught way off guard in the dirty part of the racetrack. A Scorpioni perfectly done move, walked the brakes up and got by. There's some crashing in the back of the field, however, we'll stay on the leaders to the finish. 3 turns to go as Scorpioni can really just kind of low line it and cruise all the way through. He's going to go low into 8. Miller is going to get close. Does he dive him into the last corner? Oh, he goes over him, and he's not going to get it done. Leonardo Scorpioni wins round 1. Bam!
Wow, what a run by Leonardo.
A little bit of right rear bumper damage, but I'm sure he won't mind it
not
whatsoever as he gets to stand atop the highest step of the podium. Good battle to start the action here this morning. Leonardo Scorpioni, your winner in VLR Jr. Stephen Miller second. Christian Cameron third. They're about half a second back at the checkered. Ernesto Rivera ends in 4th. Diego Ardiles in 5th. Emma Scarborough 6 spots gained to 6. 7 spots up for John Antonino on the Tesoro Raceworks CRG. Ty Fisher 8 spots up there to 8th. Salvador de la Vecchia 15 spots gained for Salvador on the San Antonio Racing Tony Kart. He just edges out Ava Dobson at the end in the Team Benequios Kart, who she herself picks up 12 positions at the drop of the checkered flag to close out your top 10. 1 done. 4 more main events to come your way here in the morning groups, and VLR Sr will be the next one to head on to the racetrack. Stick with us, folks. Kart Chasers coverage of opening weekend for the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour and the second stop of the 2023 Pro National season rolls on here after this break. crucial part of the magic that's taken A.J. Myers to multiple national championships. Check out Greyhound Racing Seats and their full catalog of options, from their R1 and R1 Extra Soft seats for high grip conditions, their Viper Medium seat for medium grip, and the RS2 Stiff seat for low grip conditions. It's time to win. It's time to see why Greyhound makes the difference. If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media. Well, welcome back here to Tropicana Field in downtown St. Pete. VLR Sr. just getting released onto the racetrack now here at 10:03 a.m. local time. And we've got 7 on the grid here with really a 2-driver fight towards the front that started to heat up finally at the end of the day yesterday. Wes Duchak kicked off the weekend here with a close run in qualifying, but then through the heat races, he was kind of nowhere to be found. Elio Meza in that Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart was straight up dominant. He was phenomenal.
Very
and
dominant.
then when we go to the pre-final yesterday afternoon, It looked like Duchek was able to find a lot more speed, kept him honest, kept it close, and made that one dive bomb attempt for the lead and just overshot it and got crossed over.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be interesting to see how things do work out for Wes. He's been very fast. Just again, the opportunity he did have to get around Halio, we just not able to hang on to that move. And Halio did the over and under on him and able to get back out in front and continue his domination of this particular group. Against our VLR seniors, this is going to be their final race for leg number 1 here, the Florida Winter Tour. Going to go 20 laps. Waiting for them now to form up over on the backside of the track. Slowly make their way onto the front here, get up under their tram lines, and hopefully we'll get ourselves a good, clean start here.
Yeah, let's see them come on out of the clean side of the racetrack here. Again, Meza will break off down to the inside lane. Duchek to the outside. Grayson Redson in the Techno Kart USA Tony Kart will start on the inside of row 2 alongside the Tesoro Raceworks CRG of Miles Hewitt. Then it's Haopeng Zhang, Jed Perkins, and Brayton Domey your field. And we are green down to turn number 1. A little bit of a dive bomb there from Haopeng Zhang. He'll slide his way into 3rd. And Jed Perkins ends up the big loser as the field works its way over to turn number 3. Still side by side a little further back for 4th and 5th. But a good breakaway here for the top 2 as Meza leads by half a car length over to turn number 5.
All right, here comes Wes. Trying to get there up onto the back bumper. It looks like he might look to the inside as he heads down towards turn number 8.
And down the inside. Nice move by Wes Duchek there. Meza trying to cross him over. Can't quite get it. And down the front straightaway. New leader, Wes Duchek, leads lap number 1.
What a good run there. I thought perhaps when I saw him actually lose the lead there going into turn number 1.
What a dive bomb there by Brayton Domey on Miles Hewitt as well. He was able to get to 4th, and Duchek now holding the inside, blocks a little bit. Meza's going to cross him up. Great battle early on here in VLR Sr. as the field goes on through turn number 5 now, over to turn number 6. The wind picking up here. Duchek picking up the pace as well as he starts to block the inside to turn number 8.
Yeah, here he comes once again down towards turn number 11. Wes out there in front. Halio all over his back bumper. Going to give Wes all he needs for sure.
Yeah, so now that maybe it'll tame out a little bit here. Let's go side by side. What a move by Leo Scorpioni to take the win in VLR Jr. He's standing by with Alexander Searle and Emery Lida down here in the pit lane. Boys, take it away.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I'm here with Leonardo Scorpioni, your winner in the VLR Junior class. Leo, I mean, you were riding behind Stephen Miller the entire race until 1.5 laps to go. You made an incredible move with 3 quarters to go. Walk me through that pass.
In the beginning of the lap, I made a mistake. Like send it or so then I was like 4 carts away and I just sent it because if I didn't send it, I knew you would just block for the rest of the lap and you would win.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you really did send it. One more question. I mean, who would you like to thank for this victory?
My parents, God, and everybody in Zanello who's helped me so much in the past 2 years.
Awesome, yeah. Leonardo Scorpioni, your winner in the VLR Junior class. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Alex. Leo Scorpioni, like he said, just to send it a moment right there, 4 car lengths away. Heck of a performance. However, on the racetrack, Elio Meza, on the other hand, has also sent it, and he's gotten a little bit of a lead during that interview exchange. He's got about 4 car lengths back to Wes Duchek as they head through turn number 1. We'll keep a tab on the leaders as well as the battle for 3rd that continues to rage on. Grayson Redson now going by on Haopeng Zhang in turn number 1. He'll take over that position. Brayton Domey in the 5th spot. Miles Hewitt is 6th. 7th on the racetrack there at the end of the line is Jed Perkins. He'll look for 6th here on turn number 5 and take that spot away. Great battle back here beyond the top 2 that are starting to separate just a little bit. And again, the top 2 pulling away, something we saw in VLR Jr. as well, but this kid made it really close by the end. Christian Cameron, the final podium finisher in VLR Jr. with a great run in the final stages of that main event, is down with us here in pit lane.
Here with Christian Cameron. Christian, you had a really good weekend. Got on pole. We're top 5 in all 3 heats. In the pre-final did well. In the final, had the pace to be able to run up front, but just kind of had a little bit of air in the first couple of laps. Walk me through your race.
So basically on the first lap, I made a big mistake and went way too deep and basically kind of lost them, so yeah.
Yeah, and you've had a really good weekend, all things considered. Who do you like to thank for this?
I would like to thank Burrell Art, my parents, my sponsors, and yeah.
All right, well, Christian Cameron, a really good weekend. Ended up on the podium just a couple seconds short of the race win. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Emery. Indeed, Christian Cameron going to maybe feel that one a little bit for one bobble early on. However, that said, still a performance he's got to keep his head held high about, right? Especially with how much speed he showed there at the end, and that's a lot of momentum to take into round number 2, and he'll be taking some hardware with him with a P3 result on to the box. P3 right now as well. Grayson Redson starting to pull away from Braden Domey and company. Halpang Zhang slipped back to the 5th spot. Jed Perkins pressuring him for that final spot in the top 5, while Miles Hewitt has faded just behind them there in 7th. So this fight, 4th, 5th, and 6th, closest on the circuit as Elio Meza continues to add to his lead over Wes Duchak into turn 5 here. No change just yet, but single file for the group of 3.
Yeah, once again, Haleo the last time by went purple. Haleo showing he's still got great speed. Last time by it was about 0.6 of a second lead for Haleo. Let's see as they go back by the start finish once again. Banking lap number 8, working number 9. It's stretched out again, a couple of tenths there. He was about 3 tenths slower that last time by was Wes. Looking for our leaders now, just heading towards turn number 5 and 6. They'll make their way, that hard left-hander, as they head back down towards, again, turn number 8, where Wes kind of surprised Haleo with that move, able to get around him earlier. Although Haleo has settled down, knew he had plenty of laps to try to recover, and that's exactly what he's done, and he's put himself way out there in front. Last time by was 8 tenths. This time it's 1.3. Actually picked up 4 tenths that last time by. So good run so far for Haleo. Wes Duchak still solidly in 2nd. Grayson Redzian in that 3rd spot, the Techno Kart USA driver. See Marintu up there trying to give him a little bit of hand signals there.
Yeah, trying to let him know that that gap is opening up. He is doing a great job. Just keep his hands smooth.
Yep.
And they will pull away as we're now working on lap number 9 of 20. We're going to be actually coming to the halfway mark here. We'll update the ticker in a moment. It is just one more lap ahead than where we are. We've got 10 laps completed now as the leader crosses the line. 10 laps to go. There it goes. And down to turn 1, Jed Perkins closing in on Halpang Zhang. Just done enough to really make that bid for P5. And move up another spot higher. Again, this battle towards the back half of the grid is what we've got our eyes on, as Elio Meza has just pulled a huge gap and is continuing to add to it over Wes Duchak at the pointy end of the field. So is 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th all in frame right there. Braden Domey in the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart, Halpang Zhang in the Super Tune OTK, then Jed Perkins on that Chad Dawkin Racing Kart Republic, and Miles Hewitt getting a good little breath of second life there on the Tesoro Raceworks CRG. Here comes a pass, turn 1, P5. Perkins goes through. Hewitt tries to go as well, and he does for P6. So Halpang Zhang drops down 2 spots in just as many corners.
Yeah, Haleo again stretched it out that last time by here. 1.9 second lead for Haleo. In the meantime, the only one really that made any moves towards the back there was Braden Domang, the Iron Rock Motorsports driver, now solidly in that 4th position. So he's up 3 spots. But West still head down, still trying to dig to see if maybe he can wake his way back up there to Haleo. It's going to take everything he has. Something obviously would have to happen to Haleo in order for him to make up that 2.2 seconds. But Wes Duchak still out there, the RPG driver, giving it all he has.
Yeah, coming to 7 laps to go this time by for Wes Duchak. To give you an idea of how quickly that gap is accelerating, it was about a 0.3 of a second advantage per lap for Elio Meza last time by over Duchak. Again, the margin up to 2.225 seconds. We'll see where it goes this time by. Meza clocks in 36.77, and Wes Duchak at a 37 flat. Another 0.3 of a second added onto the margin here from P1 to P2. And Elio Meza, the 2022 VLR Jr. Florida Winter Tour champion, U.S. Pro Kart Series K100 Jr. champion, Texas Sprint Racing Series KA Jr. champion. 3 titles, 2 national, 1 regional state championship in his final year of junior competition, and in his debut senior racer on the national level. Granted, I know it's not the biggest grid, it's not all the heavy hitters,
right,
but in any case, he's going up against drivers that have a good amount of more experience with him in a class that's a little bit quicker, Car weighs a little bit more. You have a little bit more tire wear and tire heat to think about. You have to be a little bit smarter. When you add 40 pounds to the go-kart, it handles a little bit differently. Most people don't know these carts are designed for the European classes from the factories over there, with slight tweaks for certain manufacturers to make an Americanized model, because we run a heavier minimum weight in every division by about 20 pounds or so, and a lot of our classes are lower horsepower than the international divisions that are where these chassis have the most R&D. So you have a kart that isn't really in its prime handling position when it's running at 360, 350 to 55 pounds for the senior classes. It actually feels a little bit better, a little more light and nimble in those junior divisions. So Meza, again, the learning curve here for this year, he's got, as many like to describe his team owner, Charlie Swain, kind of the Jedi Master of sorts here. And his coaching has obviously taken this Houston, Texas-based kid, Elio Meza, to the front of the national scene. And right now, again, his debut senior event, he is putting a stomping on the field with just 4 laps to go. Meanwhile, this camera shot shows this battle beginning to form for fourth. Jed Perkins had to fall all the way back to last on the start. He has slowly clawed his way up the grid, and without a penalty, he won't get onto the podium. He might be able to get one more position here on his home race, as the Tampa, Florida, St. Petersburg area native would love to get a good result here in front of a hometown crowd. Saw his dad and himself yesterday having a good time, smiles on their faces to be here racing just minutes away from their house here on the west coast of Central Florida. With 2 laps to go, though, he's got to put on the afterburners. Double sticks in the air here coming.
All right, 2 more to go, folks.
Sorry, 2 more next time by. 3 to go here at the line.
3 to go.
2 more to go.
Gotcha. All right, so 3 to go. Next time by, they will pick up the 2 to go, but it's still Haley Omeza out there in front. Got to give a little shout out to our driver from Louisiana. Good to see Braden Domingue doing pretty well here so far. Again, hanging on to that 4th position. I know he and Jed Perkins were going at it. Not sure the Wes Ducek just now coming back by the start finish. It's been stretched out now for Haley to a 4.3 second lead. 2 more laps to go here for our VLR seniors, the first leg of the Florida Winter Tour. Final day here today in St. Petersburg. So just a couple more laps for our VLR seniors.
And what a margin again here for Elio
Big
Meza.
margin.
Can't say it enough how impressive it is for this kid to be putting on the performance that he is here today. 1 lap to go. White flag in the air for your race leader. You can see he's got nearly a straightaway lead back to Wes Ducek. The group behind where Perkins was making up time on Grayson Redson for 4th has kind of subsided. Not much going on there. Not much going on for 3rd. Sorry, with Redson, it was 4th with Braden Domingue versus Perkins, but Grayson Redson in no man's land. Domingue's pulled away. It's all about shaking out with a pretty evened out gap through the field. Elio Meza, though, will end his junior career with a championship. He will start his senior career with a win and the first step towards one as well. He wins round 1 in St. Pete. Bam! So Elio Meza, what a great performance here today. The margin of victory.
Giving himself a little victory.
Yeah, at the end, nearly 5 seconds he put on the field there. What a run for the 927 Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart. Wes Ducek in the RPG Cosmic will be second best today. He'll have to settle for the silver medal there in second. Again, Grayson Redson will score what I believe might be his first career Florida Winter Tour podium. So congratulations to Grayson Redson here in the Techno Kart USA camp. Gets his first national podium in the VLR Senior division. Then you go further back, you'll find Braden Domingue there again hanging on to 4th, and the Iron Rock Tony Kart teammate to Elio Meza. P5 on the racetrack to Jed Perkins, 6 to Miles Hewitt, and 7th to Hal Pang Thang. You can see now that the young kids are getting set to go. The mini rockers are on deck and will be heading onto the racetrack here momentarily. Live from St. Pete here. We'll take just a quiet moment on the airwaves and show you the grid as the youngsters get set to go.
laps where he put me on red, or he put me on lap when I was literally going back to my building spot, like where I started, and then I saw that I was on live, so I just literally there's a strip. You'll see a blinking light, green light, just to the right of that is the strip of the light. And I just noticed when I look at it to make sure I'm live or not, and I see like I'm coming, you're talking about Mesa and the lead, and I was doing Mesa, and I was looking at the logo, and I looked at it, and I wasn't in the red, and I went back to my normal open spot, and shit, I'm in the red. Before I start, and I was like, dude, honestly, look at that. No! Throw her into the RV. Throw her into the RV. Go crazy for a little bit. I gotta stand up. I've been sitting down. Where you at? I don't see you. No, you don't look obvious.
Well, we get set to go green here with the Mini Swift division and Kai Johnson on that PSA Race Team Bennick. Number 167 will lead your field off. Let's go ahead and send it down to pit lane as the scales have cleared for VLR Sr. And Elio Meza is down with Emery and Alexander after his debut senior weekend. Ends with a very dominant win here in the main event. Boys? Emery, Alex, you guys got us down there on pit lane here real quick?
All right. Standing here with Elio Meza. Elio, a very good run. Again, perfect all weekend. Qualified on pole, P1 in Heat 1, P1 Heat 2 and Heat 3, P1 in the pre-final, P1 in the final. How did you do it?
I mean, throughout the whole weekend, we've been working really hard to get the kart tuned. It's a very bumpy track, so we had to make a few changes to kind of be a bit smoother over the bumps. But going into the final, we were looking pretty good. We got a good start. Towards the beginning, Wes was able to get around me, but within the next 3 laps, I was able to get around him and then put some solid laps in to get a good lead.
Yeah, and your senior debut obviously had a lot of success in the junior categories. You guys started out off to 2023 with a bang. Who would you like to thank for this?
First off, I'd like to thank ROK Motorsports. They've done so much for me. They helped me in the senior class. They taught me lots of information. Without them, this wouldn't be possible. My parents back home, my mom's watching right now. Thank you for all your support back there. 4T, Offset, and Tiago for helping chassis and stuff. So, yeah.
Yeah, Elio Meza absolutely on rails all weekend long, including in the final. He wins this one in VLR Sr. We'll send it back to you, Xander.
Thank you, Emery, here again. Cool shout-out from Elio Meza to his mom watching back home. Such a nice family, and, really a really well-spoken and respectful young man that has got a lot of racing left in him here. We're just seeing the start of young Elio Meza's potential domination at very minimum contention here for race wins in the VLR senior ranks and the overall senior categories as well. If I'm a team owner, that's one guy to potentially keep an eye on to get my brand up to the front. In the mini ROK class, though, got a lot of brands out the front of the field here for these youngsters. Kai Johnson and Marco Romero, a couple of Bennicks at the front. Then you go back to row 2. It's Max Christia on a Motorsport Paralyn to his outside. Should be another Paralyn in the FLC racing or SLC racing entry of Santiago Namnam. As we go to the rest of the field, though, let's also go down here really quickly to the other half of that top 2 battle in VLR Senior. Wes Duchak and the Rollison Performance Group Cosmic. Boys, do you have a read down there?
Yeah, thanks. And I'm here with Wes Duchak, who finished second in the VLR Senior final. Wes, I mean, I thought you could give a run for Elio there. Lap 2, you made a move, lost it after half a lap. I mean, just walk me through your race.
I mean, I knew I had to give him something early just to, try anything. He was fast in the warm-up this morning. We tried a couple different things with the setup to see if we could, just get a bit of an edge. He ran a perfect weekend, and I couldn't hold the position, so that's all there is to it. I mean, he drove damn good, and that was it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, P2 in every single session this weekend. In the final, though, like I said, you made the move in lap 2. Is there anything you would have done differently, maybe to hold that lead just a little bit longer?
I mean, I probably could have defended a bit smarter, backed them up a little bit more to give myself a better run, maybe get a gap going, but I was kind of desperate for something just to hold it a little bit, get the run on him. As I said, I knew I had to do something, but just couldn't hold it.
Awesome. Yeah, Wes Duchak, everybody. Second place finisher in the VLR Senior. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Alex. We're going green here this time. First try by for the Mini Rockers, and great start for Kai Johnson and Marco Romero. They'll quickly cycle into the lead there, first and second for the front row, as a lot of the field got bogged down off that start. Good start as well for Max Christia to third. They're 2 abreast further back. Single file for about the top 8 or so as they head to turn 5, Ron John.
Front, Kai out in front. Got a good start there for Kai. Thought perhaps Marco was going to give him a little something as they went through turn number 1. Guy's just now coming through turn number 8. Of course, there's going to be quite a big group of karts coming here for the first time down the front stretch by the start finish.
Oh no! Problems for Marco Romero. Marco Romero tags the wall coming out of turn number 11 with the right front tire, and he's got heavy damage to that Team Bennick entry. Marco Romero, after having such a great weekend now, you saw him on the live stream there coming across the start-finish line straight. He just got into the wall. His hands are obviously a little bit cockeyed now. I'd have to imagine probably at least a bent tie rod or bent steering shaft, and instantly one of our top contenders is now outside the top 5 and fading fast.
Not something we've seen pretty much this week. Everybody's been pretty clean, but coming down the front stretch here, Marco just got a little too close to the barrier, nipped that barrier, and we'll have to see what the final result of it is. You can see he's got his hand up now. He knows he's bent the front tire, and he's going to go ahead and looks like he's going to go ahead and take that Kart into the scale line.
Yeah, unfortunate for Marco Romero.
Unfortunate
man.
for sure.
What a great weekend he had rolling here for really one of his first races up in the mini class, and we'll switch over and see, unfortunately, that Team Bennick driver will head for the scale line, and Marco Romero's day ends early here, very early on in the 16-lap main event. However, up at the front, things are still tight, and there's a few other contenders that have stepped up. Stepping up right now is Max Christie out of Georgia. The Motez Sport Paralyn, 1 car length back from Kai Johnson. We talked about locals to the area here. Hometown kid Kai Johnson, who has been a national mainstay in the mini class for the last 2 seasons. What a great performance he's put together here throughout numerous different main events around the country and around the world. He's got a heavy racing schedule up ahead, I think, with probably a lot of European starts this year. But for a home race, getting mom and dad to be able to come out here. I know dad was back and forth between the business up in Charlotte, North Carolina, came in on Friday, and Kai has just really been on point all the way through each and every session. Led the pre-final from the pole, got the win, and now he's going to get a little help as Santiago Namnum goes down the inside there for P2. Or sorry, David Zhao.
I think that was Zhao, yeah.
Zhao indeed, yeah. David Zhao on that Goodwood Kartways Formula K. Up to second, nice move.
Yeah, good move there for David. Again, perhaps he's got a little something he'd like to show Kai, because Kai has pretty much, once he got out in front, he's been able to maintain his lead throughout the weekend. This time he's got a different kart on his back shoulder. That's David Zhao. So our top 4 just ready to turn on to the front stretch once again. We're going to go 16 laps here, getting ready to put lap number 5 in the bank. And once again, it's a 4-kart lead up in the front. About a 5 or 6 kart difference back to the 5th place driver of Antoine Lemieux.
So now David Zhao here becomes, again, the first chaser, as the Canadian is about 2 car lengths away from Kai Johnson, working lap 6 here. This time by will be 10 laps to go. Max Christie was up there early. However, he's starting to fade, maybe a little bit lower on tire pressures than Kai Johnson and company. Maybe just not having the pace here in the main event. He's got Santiago Namnum starting to close the gap. A big gap back next to the 5th place driver, Antoine Lemieux, in the PSL Karting Bureau Lard, who is up a couple spots here, 3 in total. Biggest mover out of New Orleans, Louisiana, Tyrone Kemper Jr. up 8 spots here to P12 and digging for more on that Team Bennick entry. We saw him have some problems in the pre-final, unfortunately, was out very early on. He's having a great drive towards the front here in this main, but if he wants to get anywhere towards the top 5, top 10, he needs more battling than what we're seeing. You see a very strong outfield here as they come on through. There we go all the way back. There goes Kemper Jr. in the middle of that pack, right around with a little bit of battling up to 8th or so. But through your top 5, back to 6th here on the racetrack. That is, again, Theon Shi in the Super Tuned Tony Kart. Here's a look at the battle on the outside edge of the top 10, right around Kemper Jr., featuring Hudson, Jack Erlin, and Alexander Procuna going at it at the end of the train. And there's Antonio Pizzonianito in frame as well on that Orsilon Racing Paralyn.
Yeah, it was Antoine Lemieux the last time. Fastest kart out on the track, the 38.8 to a 38.8 of the lead driver right now, which is Kai Johnson. Kai has definitely got some company, though. It's David Zhao all over the back end of his kart. It was about a 0.2 of a second lead that last time by. Right now, he broke into it just a little bit. It was a 38.9 for him to a 38.8 for the second place driver, David Zhao. It's about a 0.1 of a second lead for Kai Johnson.
Yeah, talk about stepping it up. The DeLeo brothers and that Goodwood Kartways IPK race team out of Eastern Canada have really got David Zhao tuned up on this Sunday morning, because he has been, I would say, a top 5 guy throughout a lot of this weekend, but definitely not a race-winning go-kart. However, like you said, Ron John, fastest on the racetrack the previous couple times, although I think now Max Christie is starting to hit his groove. He goes a little bit better. In fact, purple lap was that time even all the way back to Lemieux, like you said, but Christia that time across the line, 0.2 better than the race leaders, a 38.8 to a 39 flat for Kai Johnson. So right as we get towards the final 7 laps here, the second half of this main event,
Starting
the
to get a little
top
closer.
3 are tightening up.
They sure are. As you can see them just now going through turns number 6 and 7. David just continues to try to creep up a little closer to Kai, maybe give a shot at getting around him, show him the back end of a bumper for the first time this weekend. All right, here they come. Again, our top 3 is now 4, make it 5, because Antoine Lemieux is trying to make his way up onto the back bumper of Santiago Nandam, who sits in that 4th position from top to about the 4th, only about a second apart. So again, our top 4 just now coming through turns number 4, heading for 5 and 6. And man, I tell you what, David Zhao is right there.
He is so close there. Just not really getting super aggressive with it just yet. He's had a few opportunities to maybe throw a major dive bomb on Kai Johnson, but no real open door opportunities at the moment. Now he's got one down the front stretch. You can see he peeked out to the inside, but he elected to continue to push Kai towards turn number 1 with 5 laps to go. Not a bad strategy here because they're keeping Max Christie at bay and not really adding too many more drivers in the fight, but Christie is still super quick. So is Santiago Namnam, and so is Antoine Lemieux, who has continued to close that margin there for the top 5 as they head over out of turn number 6 over to turn number 8. Single file, a car length apart there as they head through the bevel right-hander into the final corner. Kai Johnson has led every lap thus far. He will lead lap number 12 as well. 4 laps to go in St. Petersburg.
Certainly took a quick peek over his shoulder to find out where David Zhao was, and David is right there. It seemed like the last lap he was just a little bit quicker through this particular area of the track as they went through turn number 4. Looked like maybe he was going to go to the outside there. Knows he might have a possible shot here going into 5.
Not going to do it there
Thinks
either.
better of it.
I thought he had a great run on him in 5. In fact, now he's lost some ground. He's got to worry about Christia.
Right.
Christia had a great exit out of turn number 6 over to 7 and 8. Didn't pull the trigger, though, and we'll kind of
And now you got Santiago there as well. So, again, these guys are battling it out up in front. It's allowing the extra 3, the 3, 4, and 5 place drivers to make their way up onto the back end of this battle for the lead.
Yeah. What does the rest of this race look like here with 3 laps to go? Kai Johnson has been in full control of this main event. Now David Zhao, big run. Look at, we got problems for Johnson. Big time issue for Kai Johnson. I don't know what happened there coming out of turn 3. He is slowing dramatically. Oh no, heartbreak here for the hometown kid. Kai Johnson must be having some kind of an engine issue as he drops all the way back to 5th. Out of the lead. He's dominated this weekend in the Mini ROK class, and another contender bites the dust now with 2 laps to go. David Zhao is your leader.
I see him as he comes by here, just pounding the steering wheel as he went by, pointing at something on the engine.
Yeah, here's a look at him as they fight for 3rd. You know, he was again frustrated, probably motioning to his mechanic, so he tried to hold as much as he could. He's just going to drop like a rock, and he knows it here in the final lap and a half. And he backed up 3rd and 4th. Both Santiago Namnam and Antoine Lemieux lost a lot of time getting around him. Namnam even lost the 3rd position. He got it back in turn 1, and now we look to the leaders for the final lap. David Zhao versus Max Christia. Both drivers looking for their first career Mini ROK national or U.S. Win as they go to turn 2. Zhao would be a big-time stunner here after, again, really turning things up by a big margin on Sunday. Max Christia, you would think he would have been the 3rd best, the one to take the win with Marco Romero and Kai Johnson out of the picture. However, he's got to find a way by turn 8. David Zhao, does he leave the door open? He does not. And so Christia on the bumper in that Motaz Sport Paralyn. Final turn, goes to the outside, crosses him over. What a move! Oh my goodness, Max Christia! What a final lap pass! He wins in Mini!
Bam! Wow!
Max Christia has had one of the most storybook years in the last probably 18 months. I can see down on the fence line, mom and dad embracing. They have had such a struggle since they moved up into the mini ROK class in the division. He was one of the highest rated prospects coming out of the micro division just 2 years ago with multiple podiums and wins at the Florida Winter Tour. They switched manufacturers, they switched teams, nothing seemed to work, and now everything falls the way it needs to, and the kid under pressure, given that one last-minute buzzer beater opportunity, he capitalizes. Heartbreak for David Zhao in the last 500 feet, but congratulations, Max Christie is a winner in the mini division here at the Florida Winter Tour.
Wow. What a great run there for Max. Wasn't so sure he was going to have enough time, but once he got around, he knew he had him. David was absolutely distraught as he came back by, just pounding the steering wheel. Didn't really look like he had left open a whole lot of room there for Max to get around. But
that's why. He blocked down on the inside, went so low, Ron John, that again, Christie, when he opened up for the corner, David Zhao just completely narrowed up his entry and, went wide on exit, and it was a perfect crossover move by Max Christie. And the Motorsport Paralympic team gets their first win of the weekend here with already wins coming for Iron Rock Motorsports and VLR Sr. Chad Dawkin Racing with the Kart Republic team was right up there with the Zanella Tony Kart of Leo Scorpione. That main event under review at the moment, could go either way. However, VLR Sr. Elio Meza, like we heard in the interview there from both himself and Wes Duchak, just a great run. And this one, I think, should be all clear, but what a great run here for the Minis. So we'll give the opportunity to take another commercial break, and man, do we need to hear from that Georgia kid. Max Christie will be coming your way here with post-race interviews in a few moments. If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media.
That nigga lying like a motherfucker. We do not do me. they had a mechanic. They had Curtis, a really good mechanic, really good setup. That's why they went to medic. They had Curtis, so you got really good setup. So it was me, Frankie Mossman, what's his name, and then Zach DeMello. Us three were at Fennec, and we were running shit up. Like, dude, when I was just leaving Medic, they wanted to give me a free deal, but he's like, bro, there's not enough people going to the races. Like, I can't give you a free deal. You can't afford it. Dude, we had like a full tent at, what's it called? Last year, like a huge tent. Juniors, Swifts, everyone. Yeah, I know. And this year there's no one. Literally everyone. Yeah, Brandon Carr, me, Frankie Monster, Zach DeBello, Enzo DeMontian, Michael Costello, Gavin Ritt. Like that's 6 X30 drivers. And then you got like 6 other Swift drivers. 3 in Micro and 3 in Mini. Now they're all gone. Except for the 3. Yeah, I know. They haven't focused on KA at all. Like, dude, and we had like 2K that were okay. And we had in Swift we had Troy Ferguson and Boyd Vega in Micro, and then you had Ty Johnson and one other kid in Mini. And then you had Enzo Montian who was winning, and Michael Costello, both front junior. Then you had me, Zach Mello, and Frankie were all front seniors. Like, we had everything covered. Like everything except for KA. And they also, Nick was, even when we had a lot of people, Nick was charging everyone out of the half. So, it was kind of annoying. Charging everyone was kind of nothing. There was no, and there's also, I think the main way they went wrong, no hospitality, bro. Like, you can't even compare it to, like, CKT or anything, bro. They had no hospitality. The fucking water was warm. All the water bottles, they took in the refrigerator and the trailer, and the refrigerator and the trailer was, like, broken. So all the water was warm. They didn't get any food for anyone. Like, it was shit. Air conditioners sucked. Yeah. And they didn't even have a dating aisle.
Scale lines have cleared on out here, and we've got the first of our mini rockers to interview down on pit lane as the engines begin to come to life for Shifter Master ROK. Let's take it down trackside to Alexander Searle and Emery Lida.
Standing here with your provisional second place finisher in the mini Swift category, or mini ROK category, David Zhao. David, it was a really intense race. You were second behind Kai for most of it. Took over the lead late, just could not quite finish it. Walk me through your race and your weekend.
Through the whole weekend. First I want to thank my team, Goodwood Carways, Marco, Dan, my parents, and my friends. But this whole weekend we weren't on pace. We were like around 5th and 6th. But at the final I gave it all I can. But I messed last one, tried to defend. I got the switchback on me. But there might be a penalty still, but if there's a penalty, it's not the way I wanted to win. Also to congratulate Max.
Yeah, well, great showing between your top two. Again, provisionally second place finisher David Zhao. A sensational run, just came up a little bit short on track in the final. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Emery. Indeed, a lot of credit that's there to Ron John, to David Zhao for saying, hey, that's not the way I want to win. And that's super cool of him to say that. You know, congrats to Max. provisionally there may or may not be a penalty that could knock Christie out the way and give David Zal the win. But Max Christie, nonetheless, here, he did an awesome job. He won the race on the racetrack first to the checkered flag. We'll wait to see where the official intervention ends up being, and we'll get a word with Max here in just a moment once we get our Shifter Master rockers down and away here. Larry Pegram and Antonio Pizzonia will once again be the front row. Pegram on the clean side of the racetrack has gotten a number of hole shots here this weekend, but nobody has had the pace to run with the Brazilian ex-Formula One driver Antonio Pizzonia in the Orslon Racing Bureau Art. Row number 2 has Alex Mueller on the inside. The privateer Tony Kart driver is joined by International Motorsports OTK pilot Daniel Debos. Row number 3, Scott Presti, after a topsy-turvy week and probably more DNFs than he'd like to go home with for a season. And the Ralph Schumacher VTM Racing Engines entry rolls off 5th to his outside to complete row number 3 is the 569 of Luis Gautier. The last few drivers are into the staging lanes. We go to the start lights here as they begin the sequence. 2, 3, 4 lights, and away we go here for ROK Shifter Master. What a hole shot for, big crash there at the start. Big time contact for 2 drivers. One of them is the DRT Racing Team pilot. I believe that'll be Jose Montalto, and he might have collected Brian Chatfield, who started around the outside. So we'll get an update on who we just lost over in turn 1, and they're going to check out that driver because that was a hard impact with the outside wall. Indeed, it is Brian Chatfield getting some assistance to get up and over the barriers. And we'll stay off the camera on him, but he does look like he is in a bit of pain. Up front, Larry Pegram leads down to turn 1 here as the yellow flags wave. Antonio Pizzonia in second as the field heads over to turn number 3 here, Ron John.
Yeah, and I don't know exactly what happened there on that. Just 2 came together on the start. Wow, but hopefully everything will be okay for our driver.
Yeah, hopefully.
In the meantime, the guys continue to race around here. They weren't able to make any passes there. Going through one, it was still under a yellow flag. And Larry Pegram, what a jump Larry got there on the start. Able to get out in front of Antonio Pizzonia. We'll just have to keep an eye.
Yeah, it's a tight group at the front here. Pegram leads over Pizzonia. Then you go right back behind him, and you find Daniel Debos and Scott Presti, all 4 nose to tail. Good battle to start Shifter Master Rock. Meanwhile, talk about good battles. Let's go. Oh, wait, here we go. Daniel Debos. What a dive bomb on Pizzonia. He'll take over second, and Pizzonia now going to fall back to the 3rd spot. So great move by Daniel Debos.
Wasn't expecting that.
Not at all.
Great move there for Daniel.
Well, let's we'll pause it on that note here as we go side by side. Let's talk to Max Christie, our provisional winner in Mini Rock here as we work lap number 3 now for the inside there for Scott Presti. He'll go by Pizzonia as well, takes over the 3rd spot, and Antonio Pizzonia down to 4th. Side by side, let's see where it all shakes out here as Larry Pegram continues to lead. Max Christie is down with Alexander Searle and Emery Lida. Boys?
Yeah, I'm here with your unofficial race winner in Mini Rock, Max Christie. Max, I mean, for the first 19 laps, you're sitting in 3rd, then 2nd, and on the last lap, last corner, you made an unbelievable crossover move. Walk me through that pass.
I saw him pass, and I didn't see anybody behind me, so I just went for the over-under, and it worked out.
Yeah, and obviously, I mean, you showed really good speed all weekend, especially in that final. How good has that Paralympic kart been for you?
It's been really good. Really good.
And one more question. Who would you like to thank for this victory?
I'd like to take Zanella Engine, Mota, and then Jake and Luke from the Mota.
Max Christie, everybody, your unofficial race winner in Mini Rock. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Alex here. Max Christie, what a great move. Like he said, just took a look back, checked the gap, and was able to get by. Now look at these gaps here up front. Shifter Master Rock has not been too entertaining because Antonio Pizzonia has been so dominant throughout this entire weekend. However, at a car length apart here, it is a 3-way fight for the lead, and Pizzonia is all the way back and forth, a long way from home at the moment here as the leaders head through turn number 8. So a good battle at the front of the field. Speaking of the front of the field, let's talk to the top qualifier in Pro Senior Rock getting set to go. Blake Nash is down here with Emery Lida as the Nash Motorsports driver went P1 in qualifying, got shuffled back in the heats, and drove forward in that pre-final to get himself a front 3-row starting position. Emery?
Final was able to find some pace back. Walk me through your weekend so far and just how you were able to kind of recoup some of your success in the pre-final.
Yeah, so after qualifying, we just had some kart trouble. We lost a lot of grip that we had in qualifying. Pre-final, we made a little bit of an adjustment with the kart. We found a lot of grip again, and I think we had really good pace. I think we were like top 3 or 4 in pace, and we made our way back up to 6. So we found a little bit more this morning too, and we've just been working hard. So I got to give big thanks to the team, and yeah, we're looking forward to a good main event, I think.
Yeah, and talking about this race, it's a long race, but you start on the outside, row 3 in 6th position. What kind of factor does starting in the outside have for you?
Yeah, so the outside here isn't too good. A lot of people have gotten kind of hosed on the start. So I'm just looking to get down to the inside as quick as possible and try to lose the least amount of spots I can. Just try to settle into the race and then keep my head down and pick off drivers.
Blake Nash starting 6th in the final. We'll see what he can do.
Thanks, Emery here. What a wild turn of events while we were on the interview there. First of all, Daniel Debos is your new leader as we watch him out at turn number 11. At the same time, problems for Larry Pegram. A mechanical issue for the Pegram Racing TKG Kart Republic driver had him slowing as he went by us. He broke out of the lead, and now Antonio Pizzonia is starting to make his way back forward as well. So battles throughout. Here comes a side-by-side fight here coming as they work through the lap traffic just a little ways there, but Scott Presti continues to apply pressure to Daniel Debos for the lead. Jorge Ortiz, the Speed Concepts Racing rookie, has had a great weekend thus far. He gets to roll off up at the front of the grid on the inside of row number 2, and he's down with Alexander Searle and Emery Lida.
I'm here with probably the breakout star of the weekend, Jorge Ortiz. Jorge, you've been top 5 pretty much every session since qualifying. You start this final in 3rd. Just talk me through your weekend so far.
It was a pretty incredible weekend. I just really want to thank my parents for having the money for me to come here. I know it's been hard, but I want to try my best to get this top 3 finish this weekend.
Yeah, and you start the final in 3rd. Yesterday in the pre-final, you started a similar spot, got to the lead early on, and then faded a little bit late. Have you guys made any setup changes to kind of adjust for that?
Yeah, we made some setup changes. We're trying some things for the final. We untying the side pods for less grip, so let's see how it goes.
Yeah, Jorge Ortiz, he's been sensational so far. He'll start in 3rd. We'll see if he can do 2 better here in the final for ROK Sr. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Emery here again. Jorge Ortiz, interesting to hear that here. Loosen those side pods up, give them a little bit more flexibility, free that cart up a little bit more to kind of take some binding out of it. So yeah. That's a standard setup move, but again, that's that kind of little bits of extra touch and fine tuning that you will find out of that Speed Concepts Racing camp. And speaking of Speed Concepts Racing, well, Jorge Ortiz had a great pre-final. Aiden Ingrata got into it with Noel Leon, and it really sent him down the order. He's down here with Alexander Searle.
Thanks, Xander. Yeah, I'm here with Aiden Ingrata. Aiden, I mean, obviously yesterday, that wasn't the way you wanted your pre-final to end. I mean, you had a really, really fast kart. But right now, starting outside row 5 in P10, tell me, what's the game plan for this race?
I mean, just to have the start, hopefully make up a couple spots. I mean, warm-up, we showed really good pace, so yeah, just get a good start, make up some spots, lap after lap, and should be able to get in front.
Yeah, I mean, you said you had really good pace as warm-up. Tell me, have you made any changes from yesterday to today?
Not really, no, just sending it out. It was fast yesterday. We made a little bit tweaks over the pre-final yesterday and tire pressure and all that stuff, so yeah. Warm-up, it felt good, so no changes going into final.
Yeah, one last question. I mean, today it seems a bit warmer than yesterday. Have you noticed any changes to the track?
The track's a little bit more dripped up, but not really. Just to carry way more speed than the pre-final yesterday.
Awesome, yeah. Aiden Ingrata, everybody, starting P10 here for Senior Rock. Back to you, boys.
Thank you, Alex, here. Aiden Ingrata, like you said, just a little bit of changes in that one. Now let's keep a look here at the front. Daniel Debos, having gotten the lead, has not had a pressure, anything but pressure from Scott Presti. He's just been close, eyeing him up, trying to get by. Hasn't been able to do it, Ron John.
Yeah, I'm not really sure exactly what had happened to Antonio Pizzonia earlier, but nonetheless, both Scotty and Daniel Debos have taken full advantage of it. Daniel right out there in front of the Peruvian driver, International Motorsports. The 504 right now out by about half a second lead. We're already 15 laps into it, working lap number 16 of 20. This is our Master Shifter final here for leg number 1 of the Florida Winter Tour.
We go down trackside now to Louis Westover here, who is at up, down, sideways, winning and losing throughout this entire weekend. He spent the entire pre-final coming from the back of the grid, and the Nash Motorsports EOS car driver is standing trackside here with Emery.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I'm here with Louis Westover. Louis, starting outside of row 6 in P12. Tell me, I mean, what's the plan going into this race? Obviously on the outside, and the track that's really hard to pass on.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. We started on the outside of 5 yesterday and got caught up in a crash, so hopefully that doesn't happen here. It's just going to be a long race, so I'll see what happens. We've got quite good speed, so I'm pretty confident we can get a top 5.
Awesome, yeah. Louis Westover, everybody, starting P12 here. Look for him to make a run for the win here in Cedar Rock. Back to you, boys.
Thank you, Alex. Here again, Louis Westover, like he said, just hoping for a top 5 at this point, trying to salvage something here. On the flip side, again, salvaging is really what Antonio Pizzonia is all that he can do. He is still a second and a half away from first and second, while Daniel Debos has, I don't believe, won a Florida Winter Tour main event before.
I don't think so.
He's returned to the series after a year hiatus.
Yep.
Comes back with the International Motorsport Tony Kart Camp and is in the driver's seat right now here with just 2 laps to go. Let's go side by side one more time here. Carol Pashewicz is down with Alexander Searle and Emery Lida.
Here on the grid with Carol Pashewicz. Carol, you're starting on the outside of the front row. It's been a great weekend for you. Had pace all weekend long. Just talk me through what you're expecting from this final and what you think you need to get one spot better.
I'll try to do the best start I can and then just stay on P1 and just pull away from other guys and secure my win. But I think it's not going to be that easy. I need to make a really good start and some fighting with Mateusz on the start on the first corners, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, Carol Pashewicz, he's starting on the outside front row. Maybe not the best place to be, but certainly up towards the front. He'll be one to watch here in your ROK Sr final coming up in just a couple minutes.
Thanks, Emery. Here we go to the final lap now. Final time around. Daniel Debos, again, a year off, comes back like he never left, and he's almost even better than when he left. Daniel Debos, you, sir, are a Florida Winter Tour winner. Bam! Debos, your winner in Master Shifter ROK, and he is pumped up as he spins it around in turn number 1. Pops the little wheelie getting out. Daniel Debos fired up here after that one, and a great performance for him to pass for the lead, pass for the win. Look at the fist pump there, the emotion for Daniel Debos. He wins amongst the wily old men in Shifter Master ROK. Gets the win over Scott Presti, who finally...
Scotty had a good run, yeah. Congratulations to Scott. That Ralph Schumacher kart was finally working for him.
Yeah, he was due, man.
He really
had
was.
Good speed throughout the week, kind of just kept getting caught up in different incidents all the way through, and now Scott Presti stands on the podium alongside Antonio Pizzonia, which, again, weird situation for Pizzonia, probably with how much pace he had in those heat races and pre-finals. You got to think there was something mechanically wrong with that go-kart that sent him all the way down the order. I'm
obviously
not quite
able
sure
to hang on to that 3rd position, but absolutely something must have gone wrong. He'd been so fast this weekend, normally out by a couple of seconds. This time he's back behind a couple of seconds. So
just
we'll
got
have
a
to wait and
motion
see.
from Fabio Orsolin. It was with the shift linkage on Antonio Pizzonia.
Okay.
So unfortunate for Pizzonia, obviously just struggling to pop into the gears that he needs to. And so Antonio Pizzonia, after leading flag to flag, or even at least coming from second on the grid or second off the line to be able to make his way forward, now he finds himself
and of course, not exactly sure what happened to Larry Pegram. He'd had such a great start. Was out there in front there for a little bit. After he had, like I said, such a great start here at the beginning, but unable to continue on. So Larry ends up at the back of the pack. Tough weekend.
Tough weekend for sure here. At the same time, we got some pre-race festivities to send it down to Alexander Searle, Emery Lida, Marian Kremers. We'll be chatting with here in a few moments before the pro senior rockers get underway. So should be a fun bit of chatter to have for the morning headline division with a driver that knows his way around this racetrack and is going to be starting up at the front here in the main event for Pro ROK Shifter later this afternoon. Boys, take it away.
Yeah, thanks, Xander. We're here with Marian Kremers. Marian, this is an exciting Pro ROK Senior category about to go out. Obviously, you're in Shifter this year, but last year you had a lot of experience running in the ROK Senior category. What do you expect this race to be like?
I think it'll be one big chaos. I don't expect anybody to really break away. Overtaking at this track is really difficult, so it's going to be spectacular passes, I think.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like Emery said, you've had experience in this exact track in the senior ROK class. Obviously, you and Morgado are both world-class talents, world champions even. Have you given him any advice at all for this race, starting P1?
No, I think he knows it. He knows what to do. He had this last year as well. He started from P1 there and walked away with it. So yeah, he knows what to do. He jumped the start last year a little bit. He didn't get penalized for it, so I just told him not to do it again this time.
Yeah, hopefully no jump starts there for Morgado.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at this field. Obviously, we've seen a lot of guys up at the front this weekend. 3 different heat winners. Obviously, Morgado pulled away in the pre-final to make it 4-4 races. Is there anyone outside the top 5 you're looking at who could possibly make a run up towards the front?
I think Diego was really fast this morning. Diego Ramos, he went P1 in warm-up by over 2/10, I believe. So yeah, he's starting P7 inside, so with a good start, he should be in the mix for sure.
Yeah, classic Marian Kremers right there. Nice and very politically correct answer from our Pro ROK Shifter pole sitter here. Let's go back to the boys, though, on the grid. I want to hear from Emery, Alex, and Marian. Give us your picks here, boys. Who do you got taking it? We've got a lot of heavy hitters here in this one. Emery, take it away.
Man, I gotta say, I was talking to Karol Paszkiewicz before the race. He's starting on the outside of the front row. He had a little bit of issues in Heat 1, finished like 16th, but the last 3 races he's been on it. I think he's got the raw pace in that thing. Obviously, he's got to go through the difficulty of starting on the outside, but I'll take him to win from the outside of the front row.
Yeah, Xander, I mean, a lot of really heavy hitters here. I think anybody in the top 15 really could win this race. I actually have Connor Zilic winning this race, obviously starting on the inside of row 3 in P5. He's had a lot of really good pace. He's been driving really smart all weekend. I think he's going to be able to walk away with this race, win.
All right, on to you, Marian. Who you got for your pick here? You got to pick one. You got 2 teammates in the field. What's your pick for the winner?
Marian, you got a pick?
I've got to go with Morgado. I'm a team player, so yeah, I'll go with Morgado for the win. I know Diego's going to come through as well, but I think we should keep an eye on Louis Westover as well. He's had some bad luck, but a heat race winner, so he's definitely got the pace to go forward.
I'm absolutely shocked Marian picked Mateus Morgado to win. Real team player there. Mateus will start on the front row alongside my pick, Karol Paszkiewicz. A lot of talented drivers, like Marian mentioned, with Louis Westover coming from 12th on the grid with a lot of issues this weekend, but he's had the raw pace. Alex, any final thoughts?
I mean, I'm just excited to get this race going. Obviously, like I said earlier, I think, like you said, Louis, P12. I mean, anybody in the top 15 has the pace to win this race. It's a track that has a high attrition rate, really, obviously with really tight barriers. And yeah, I'm just excited to get going.
All right, so we're back here again. We got only a couple of minutes left before the ROK Senior category. Again, strong drivers. You got Noel Leon, who won a heat race. You got Mateus Morgado starting on the front or on pole. You've got Blake Nash, who won pole, had some issues through the heat races, but has some more pace in that. Diego Ramos starting back through the field. All of these guys have the potential to win this race. We'll see who comes out on top. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Emery, here again. There's your look here at the Pro ROK Senior grid. Why don't we take you through the starting lineup here and get things going for this main event. As mentioned, Mateus Morgado and that PSL karting Viral Art will lead the field to the green after winning the pre-final. He pulled away a little bit towards the end, but he definitely had some pressure. To his outside, as Emery mentioned, Karol Paszkiewicz, who last weekend at the SuperKarts USA Winter Series, kind of under the radar, I would say, outside the top 10 for a lot of it, just running around that 10th to 15th spot. And another driver who, again, under the radar in Homestead, but a contender here this week, rookie hotshot Jorge Ortiz, only his 2nd weekend in the pro categories, and the kid will roll off 3rd on the inside lane, the highest running Speed Concepts Racing entry. To his outside here, a driver that was under the Speed Concepts Racing tent last year and has moved over to the Tesoro Raceworks CRG camp. Cameron Weinberg has been, like Connor Zilish, pretty consistent through this weekend. Kept his nose clean at decent pace. We talked to him a little bit Saturday night. He said, well, everyone's picked up their pace. We started the week half a tenth off, had a little more to find, ultimately found ourselves finally in a good spot here. And Connor Zilish here, slated to start, I believe, in that 5th position, but he's lined up in an awkward position up towards the front there on the 372 Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic. He's slated to start P5. To his outside will be Blake Nash in the Nash Motorsports EOS Kart, who was your quickest driver in qualifying. Moving back, Diego Ramos, as Maureen Kremers mentioned, quickest in morning warm-ups here this morning by nearly 0.2 of a second. And for as quick as he's been here, a top 3, top 5 guy throughout all the heat races and pre-finals, he's really not had a good first practice. So maybe today that's even more threatening with how good he was in the very first session of the morning, that Diego Ramos could get himself up to the front from P7 on the grid. It's been done, and he's on the inside. It'll be a little bit tougher for the driver on his outside. The Orsolone Racing Tony Kart of Bernal Valverde will roll off alongside the PSL Karting VLR factory driver. To the edge of the top 10, you have Justin White in that Kartworks OTK, and to his outside, Speed Concepts Racing's Aiden Ingrata, who, again, a heat race winner, but contact with the driver that'll line up behind him has him starting just on the outside of row 5. Row 6, the other driver again involved in that incident, Noel Leon. They were battling for P4 in the pre-final. Late in the going, they got hooked together with Leon's kart kind of bouncing up and over Ingrata's left front tire. They both again 10th and then 11th for the Alessandro's Racing CRG pilot. You have beyond Noel Leon, Louis Westover, who is, like we said, had to come through the field multiple times. If there's anyone that knows how to carve through the pack here on this layout this weekend, it should be the Nash Motorsports EOS Kart driver of Louis Westover. He rolls off 12th to join Noel Leon and complete row number 6. Going back from him, you have Camilo Trappa in the AM Engines 303, Frankie Esposito to the outside in 14th on row number 7. Tristan Deshay and Chris Farina will make up row number 8. Santiago Fernandez and Nicolas Ambiato on row 9. Augusto Soto Sharipa and Franco Odovo Savaglio on row number 10. Agustin Trappa and Rodrigo Gutierrez on row number 11. And starting shotgun on your field, the one driver that was unable to continue from the Turn 2 carnage in that pre-final, Nolan Bauer in that Prime Power Team VLR. Be on the lookout for Nolan to make the Hard Charger Award here, starting P23. Tail end Charlie on this Pro ROK Sr main event. 20 laps, and the reigning CIK FIA OK Senior World Champion, Mateus Morgado, will lead the field to the green as the warm-up lap gets underway, Ron John.
Race. Looking forward to this race. These guys going to go 20 laps here in the final, and I could definitely figure it out how they couldn't pick Connor, but you've always got to kind of take a look at him when he's pretty close to the top. Quite a driver there, Connor Zilish in the 372, so we'll keep an eye on him. Also, Karol Pasowitz. They've been talking about Karol. He has been very, very fast. Will he have anything for Matthias? Well, we'll just wait and see. Again, we've got 20 laps to figure it out here. It's our seniors, that is, and it's their final race for the first leg of the Florida Winter Tour. I see the guys just now turning off the last turn and starting to form up into the tram lanes. Here we go. Keep an eye on the lights.
No green.
No green that time.
Yeah, they tried it, and ultimately no green on the first time by. So Mateus Morgado will get another chance to warm the tires up, and we'll take a second try at getting this Pro ROK Senior main event underway here. After this session gets going, here we'll have the lunch break coming your way. So be prepared for a little break in the live stream action. We'll keep the stream up and going so you can pop back in when the time comes for the first of the main events and warm-ups. We'll keep the cameras on for warm-ups as well through the afternoon. The warm-ups will start at 12:24 p.m. local time here, about an hour after this ROK Pro Senior main event wraps up, and then main events kick off right at the top of the hour, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. And it should be another awesome batch of races here. Beautiful weather, beautiful day for racing, 75 degrees, a nice central Florida breeze from the west coast here. We got a Florida sunset incoming today, and the sun and clouds lighting up the sky. It is everything you can ask for from a Florida Winter Tour, and we've got a stacked grid of Pro ROK Seniors coming to the line. Here we go, boys and girls. Do we get the green on attempt 2? We do. We're racing down to turn 1. Karol Pashawicz is wide. Big contact in the back. One driver turned around. It is going to be one of the back marker OTKs that was rolling off around 20th or so. Morgado gets away with the lead. Ortiz to second. Diego Ramos down the inside there. They're 3 wide for 6th and 7th and on back as they hustle to turn number 5.
Boy, oh boy. Mateus got the jump he wanted, got out there in front. It was interesting looking at the start there. It looked like perhaps somebody was a little bit out of the tram line there. We'll have to wait and see how that shakes out. But for the first time, here comes our senior rockers down the front stretch. Mateus already getting rid of some tape as he comes flying by.
Yeah.
Boy, look at Jorge all over his back bumper.
Yeah, Ortiz there, P2. Connor Zilish, great start there, gets
Good
into
start.
third. Blake Nash, I think, with a good start. No, that's Justin White up into the 4th. Highest he's run all weekend. Diego Ramos sits 5th as they head through turn number 5. Who pulls the trigger first up front? When do they start to fight? Connor Zilish, he's going to do it. P2 for the Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic. He gets by Jorge Ortiz in turn number 8. And Mateus Morgado will bring the field out of turn 11. 2 laps in the books, 18 laps to go. Morgado leads him into the first corner.
Yeah, that's a hard guy to kind of pass up when he's starting in the 5th position. We know he's got the abilities to get himself up there to the front. So to see him now into the 2nd spot, only a couple of laps in, let's keep a good eye on that 2nd place driver. Will he be able to get around Mateus, though? That's the question. As they head through turns number 5 and 6, looks like they've actually spread themselves. Noel Leon has already made his way up into about the 6th position.
Yeah, good call there. Noel Leon and that Alessandro's Racing CRG from 11th on the grid up to 6th here. Great start for the inside lane, less so for the outside. Louis Westover is 7th. Cameron Weinberg, he sits 8th as Morgado goes a little bit low into 1. And what a move there by Ramos. He gets by Justin White, brings Leon with him. They go to 4th and 5th as the first turn cycles on through here. Your leaders come out of turn number 3 here this time. And here we are up at the front. Morgado over Zilish. Zilish has closed that gap up. Ortiz still there learning from 2 of the best in the sport. Connor Zilish not going to find a way by as Morgado keeps it low, and they are going to stack them and pack them right behind here for the entire top 5. 4 laps complete this time by Mateus Morgado, your leader here in St. Pete.
Wow. They are nose to tail. You could throw a blanket over the first 5 of them as they went by, as they continue to bang on one another as they head through turns number 3 and 4 once again. Still Morgado out there in front. Zilic all over his back bumper. Looks like perhaps we might have had a change there for that 3rd position.
Yeah,
is that
and it changed
Diego?
back. Yeah, Ramos got by him coming out of turn number 3. Great pass by Ortiz to go back by on Ramos. Forces Leon to block from Justin White, and Louis Westover has entered the scene here as we come to complete lap number 5. 5 laps in the books. 15 laps to go. Morgado still your leader over Zilish. Ortiz, Ramos, Leon, White, Westover, Cameron Weinberg is there now. Aiden Ingrata, Karol Pashawicz, 9th and 10th as they go through turn 3.
Remember we had said anybody in that top 15's got a shot at winning this. You can see that right now. Still, though, Mateus hanging on out in front. Connor Zilic, Jorge Ortiz, Diego Ramos now up into that 4th spot. Dio Leon in 5th.
Oh,
Justin
what a
White.
dive bomb by Louis Westover. Nearly, I think he might have tagged the wall over coming out of turn number 8 as he threw it down the inside on Justin White. Hopefully no damage for the Englishman.
Oh!
And Connor Zilish as well. Little move, little shimmy. Got you excited. He wants the lead here in the REM Cosmic.
I thought for a second there he was going to go ahead and try it. He decided better of that the last second. Got a little squirrely, though. Turn 1 has been a kind of a squirrely place to want to pass, but nonetheless, he's all over the back bumper of Mateus Morgado. Meantime, we got a little bit of a split back to our 3rd place drivers. Still Jorge Ortiz. What a great run Jorge is having for his first year in the seniors.
Yeah, Jorge Ortiz, as you can see on the frame across the line, about a half second back from Zilish. Zilish about a car length and away from Morgado, who resets the fast time of the session. That time by, the wind picking up here in St. Pete. It is throwing all kinds of equipment around and probably messing up the handling of a few guys here in the center of the corner with the way that the air hits the bodywork. But Ortiz is going to have pressure coming from Diego Ramos, I think, here in just a few moments, because Ramos is closing in there for 3rd. Noel Leon is on his way. Westover made that aggressive pass on Justin White to take over 5th or 6th, and hasn't been able to really kind of get that going again since. So Louis Westover a little further back there with the likes of Cameron Weinberg behind him. And then it's a big gap back to find Aiden Ingrata's group, where he leads over Karol Pashowicz for 9th and 10th. Blake Nash runs behind Pashowicz there, and Santiago Fernandez actually splits them here as he runs in 11th. Nash down in 12th. A couple spots up for Fernandez, 6th.
Looks like obviously Karol's had some issues there in the first couple of laps, pushed himself way back in the pack. And right now, here comes your leaders once again, coming off of turn number 11, down the front stretch. This time, Matthias decides not to throw a bunch of tape off the cart and continues on.
Jorge Ortiz made a little radiator adjustment that time, though, and he's monitoring the engine temps because he is losing ground quickly to the leaders there. You can see the wide shot from second back to third. Jorge Ortiz is losing touch with the lead. The rookie has got 2 veterans here behind him. Diego Ramos, long time professional karting driver here out of Brazil, lives in Orlando, Florida, competed with sponsorship from Shell Pennzoil in the Brazilian Touring Car Championship just a few years ago. And then Noel Leon, of course, 2021 United States Formula 4 champion, NASCAR Mexico Series driver, as well as, of course, Alessandro's Racing USA CRG factory pilot, or CRG race team pilot, as the satellite team based out of Miami, Florida, made the switch to the orange and black brand just a few weeks ago to start the 2023 season. But with halfway in, halfway home, 10 down, 10 to go, Connor Zilisch just waiting in the wings behind Morgado. He went purple that time.
He sure did. Went purple, fastest out there on the track as they come once again past the start-finish. 11 down, working lap number 12. Boy, that battle's still going on there for that second position. Ortiz, Ramos, Leon. In the meantime, though, Matea's still out there. Just enough room there. Doesn't have to really worry about Connor. Connor's about a cart length back behind him, although it seems like he picks up just a little bit of room there as he heads through turn number 8. A.S. Morgado getting ready to come back by and bank another lap.
Yeah, so this time by 8 to go. Zilisch gets a better exit out of 11 than he's had, but he still needs a little more to fight for the win with Mateus Morgado. There is the 2 coming out of turn number 2. Morgado, great launch on that PSO Karting AM Racing Engines factory beer alert with a car length lead over the Allison Racing Engines Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic of Connor Zilisch. These 2 specific motors that are on those 2 go-karts are the 2 series champions. Zilisch dominated 2021 with it. Morgado dominated with his engine on the go-kart right now in 2022. So we're seeing 2 years back-to-back of domination for them. And for Mateus Morgado,
well,
this would be huge. Did only his 2nd ever race on the PSL Karting Factory Burrell Art team to get a main event win here, especially with a pretty stacked pro senior rock field.
And that last time by, Xander, he was fastest out on the track.
Yeah, a little mistake from Connor Zilisch in the final sector, probably trying to search for a little more speed, and he gave up, like you said, a little time. Morgado went quicker this time by. 6 laps to go, 14 complete. Mateus Morgado's lead, does it shrink? It opens up a little more, half a second to Connor Zilisch here now as Diego Ramos has gone around Jorge Ortiz for 3rd. Noel Leon is going to be looking for that 4th spot here in just a few moments at the edge of the top 5.
So Diego has managed to get around Jorge, push Jorge back into 4th. Noel Leon now moves up into 5th. Cameron Weinberg still in 6th. It's Justin White.
Oh, look at this.
Louis Westover, go ahead.
Thought Leon was going to go for 4th right there. He had a shimmy, didn't do it. No move. 5 to go this time by.
All right, here comes our leaders once again. Past the start finish, down into turn number 1. Not a whole lot of movement there from Connor. Still pretty much stretched it out about 1/10 of a second once again. Now it's a 6/10 lead for Mateus. Got 15 laps down, working lap number 16 of 20. Final race for the first leg here of the Florida Winter Tour in beautiful St. Petersburg, Florida. We've got an absolutely beautiful day, although we do have quite a bit of wind here all of a sudden, but it's been nice. Nice for us. Good for the drivers as well.
This would be a huge, huge win in the 125 senior pro classes here. PSL Karting in the North American scene has not won in the pro senior divisions since 2019 with Arthur Laced. As we go back there with a pass for Noel Leon. He gets by Ortiz for 4th. Westover back in the 6th position, eyeing them on here. But with 3.5 laps to go, Mateus Morgado in only his second race against signing with the team would be huge. Diego Ramos in a podium position, looking to join him as they come onto the front straightaway now here. Just 3 more laps remain. The Brazilian continuing to pull away. He adds a little bit more to the gap back to Connor Zilisch that time by. Zilisch kept him honest through the opening few laps. But for more than a 3-year winless streak, again dating back for the Burrell Art brand to 2020 with the Prime Power Team win for Patrick Woods-Todd at the Supercars USA Winter Series. That's a long time for one of the powerhouse teams in the paddock to go without a win in the 125 Pro Senior class. But they picked up the 2022 Florida Winter Tour champ. And again, 2022's champion versus 2021. You can't ask for anything better. 2 laps to go here as Morgado's lead now sits at nearly a second back to Connor Zilisch in that Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic.
An absolute tremendous run here from Matthias from the start, and I'm sure he'd like to say all the way through to the finish. Flag to flag is what Matthias is looking for. Meantime, though, Connor's still driving his little tail end off there in second spot. Diego Ramos now has moved up in that third position and continues to hang on to third. Laps winding down, just a couple of more. They'll pick up the white flag this time by. Here comes your leader, Matthias Morgado.
1 lap to go for the Brazilian, just 35 seconds or less around this racetrack in downtown St. Petersburg. Home of the Tampa Bay Rays is Tropicana Field. And again, Morgado struggled in a couple of his final American starts at the end of 2022 in the Las Vegas stint for ROK Vegas and Supernats. After dominating at the Florida Winter Tour and SCUSA Winter Series, he is back. Matthias Morgado, in only his second ever race with PSL Karting, is a race winner. He wins round 1 of the Winter Tour in downtown St. Petersburg.
He's stoked for sure. Connor going to give him a little dap. Love sportsmanship, always a beautiful thing. Congratulations to Matthias. They are going to be partying, having a good time. Congratulations. Diego Ramos ends up on the third step. A great run for Diego.
Awesome run for them here again. Matthias Morgado wins round 1 as the streets of St. Pete here put on a good show all the way through, and then a very, very stressed out high-speed chess match in that main event. Now, we are under the lunch break here. We're going to stay live for a few months. Stick with us if you want to hear from post-race interviews for your top finishers in that one. An awesome drive for the entire podium. Zilisch second. Again, Ramos third. Westover picks up a ton of spots to come all the way back up into the 7th and 6th spots. He fades at the end to finish in 8th. 7 spots gained for Noel Leon from 11th up into 4th. Biggest mover, we mentioned it at the beginning, Nolan Bauer from dead last, 23rd, up 11 spots to the 12th position by the end. But your top 10, once again, Morgado over Zilisch, Ramos, Leon, Jorge Ortiz, ends with a very respectable top 5 finish in 5th, and only, again, his second ever pro senior race. Awesome job for the Speed Concepts Racing Florida-based driver. Cameron Weinberg ends up in 6th here as he starts his second full season in the senior ranks. Justin White in 7th. Again, Westover in 8th. Aiden Ingrata's rookie season, first full-time season anyway, as a senior rookie there, ends in 9th. And Santiago Fernandez starting to kind of hit a bit of his prime here as he clicks off a top 10 in that pro senior ROK main event. Not as much carnage as the heats or the pre-final, but a lot of action and a lot of different strategies throughout of where to set those pressures and when to push, when not to on that 20-lap main event. We'll take a commercial break. Stick with us after the break here. You will get to see and hear from your top drivers in the Pro Senior ROK division. And at the same time, if you ordered any Florida Winter Tour merchandise to pick up here, come and stop by the Pride booth. The official apparel partner of Kart Chaser and the Florida Winter Tour has their merch booth here ready for your pickup for your pre-orders if you ordered any of the Florida Winter Tour official merchandise. Welcome back here to the Rock Cup USA Florida Winter Tour, and we are getting set to bring you a number of post-race interviews here from the ROK Sr main event that just transpired. 20 laps getting after it here for all of the headline drivers in the division, and of course Mateus Morgado coming away victorious in that one. What a great performance he had, of course. Having pressure from a number of pilots behind him, most notably Connor Zilisch, who stayed with him all the way till the final 6 laps or so. Him and Diego Ramos will be the other ones we talked to as Ramos completed the podium here from sunny St. Petersburg. So let's send it down trackside here to Emery and Alex here as Connor Zilisch is standing by, 1 spot shy of the top spot on the podium here. Was close throughout a good portion of that main event. Here, boys, take it away.
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Here, Connor Zilisch, P2 finisher in the senior ROK class. Connor, I mean, it was a high-speed game of chess there for a while. I mean, for the first 10 laps, you were purple every lap by a few thousandths over Morgado, and it looked to me that you were just buying your time behind him, seeing where he was faster, where he was slower than you. But then second half of that race, he seemed to just find another gear compared to you. Just walk me through the race.
Yeah, I started off. I just wanted to be patient, kind of save the tires. I knew we were going out probably a little bit higher in air than the rest of the competition, so really just trying to save the tire and be there for the second half of the race. And I thought I did that pretty well, but around halfway, he kind of just, like you said, got another gear and kind of just drove away from me. But I know what we need to work on going into the next round, and simple changes, and we'll work towards it and hopefully get ourselves a better finish come round 2.
Yeah, you say you got to work on. Obviously, I got to ask, I mean, if there's anything you could share, what is it?
1, I think tire pressure, and 2, maybe a few things with the motor, just to try and get ourselves a little bit more bottom end. Everywhere off these tight corners, this track you seem to like rubber band and kind of gaps out to like a kart length after every corner, so it makes it difficult to pass. That first half of the race, I really was trying to get by him because I knew it would put me in control of the race and make it easier for me, but I just never could find a way by him. So really just trying to manage those gaps and find the way to get the motor faster where you need it to be faster, instead of being fast in the wrong places.
Awesome, yeah. Connor Zilisch, everybody, P2 in senior ROK. Back to you, boys.
Thanks, Alex. Again here, interesting to hear again from Connor's perspective of where he feels like he's just lacking a little bit overall in terms of power. And again, like Connor said, that's about what it looked like, really kind of a rubber band or yo-yo effect where they'd kind of just catch a lot of times in a lot of the divisions at the wrong time of the session from where they needed. However, one driver that was able to carve his way forward was Diego Ramos. He's got a podium result here. His teammate, of course, a couple steps higher. But for Diego, it's the second weekend in a row with some hardware. He's down with Emery.
Thanks, Xander. Here with Diego Ramos. Diego, this was a difficult weekend for you guys. Looked like you were lacking pace throughout the day yesterday and a little bit on Friday as well. But today, put it together. Ended up going from 7th to 3rd in the main event with a strong run through the field. Just talk me through your main event for you.
Yeah, the event didn't start well for me. We had a bad luck yesterday, but we figured out in the night for today. And today we come back with the pace we had. I'm really happy with the recover. 7th to 3rd, and also from PSL, Morgado won the race. I'm really happy with the results.
Yeah, and talking about PSL, last weekend you guys had an up and down weekend in Miami. This weekend looked like the pace was kind of there on Mateus' side from the get-go. For you, certainly in the final and really in Sunday in general was there for you. What sort of lessons can you guys take away from this weekend?
I would say thanks for PSL, for AM engine. He worked a lot in the engine this week. I'm really happy with the pace we had.
Got you. Well, Diego Ramos finishes up in third. Obviously, his teammate Mateus Morgado with the victory here in ROK Sr. We'll talk to him in just a second. But a great day for PSL karting. They pick up a double podium with Diego Ramos on the third step. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Emery, here. And again, Diego Ramos, like you mentioned, part of a 1-2 punch here that's come away with a 1-3 result. And Mateus Morgado, for the second year in a row, kicks off Florida Winter Tour. He is victorious as he starts to defend his crown in only his second ever race with a PSL Karting factory Barrel operation. Let's go ahead and hear from our round 1 winner.
Standing here with Mateus Morgado, your ROK Sr. winner. Mateus, it looked like smooth sailing. You had Connor on your tail for the first half of the race, really within a couple kart links, but gradually pulled it away and came away with a pretty comfortable victory. Walk me through it.
Yeah, for sure. It was not so easy final. First laps, Connor was really close to me. I knew we had more for the end, so I just continued pushing. And well, was easy to take the win. Really happy with the week. Really happy to be showing that the material works, that the engine works, and I'm really happy to represent PSL and VLR on this.
Yeah, it's your first win for PSL and Barrel Art. Obviously, you've had a lot of success over the last few years. Mateus, it's been a while since PSL has been able to kind of take on the top step in the U.S. Just talk me through what this win means for you guys, and not just getting the win, but also 1-3 with you and Diego, showing a lot of pace all weekend long.
Yeah, for sure. It's really important for the team. Winning these and taking home with Diego a third as well is really good for all the team. I'm happy with this. I'm really happy to be able to win this race for the team. They deserve. And yeah, I just have to say that this is just the beginning and we have much more for the year.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch what Diego Ramos, Mateus Morgado, and company can do for PSL Karting. A really strong start to the year here in St. Petersburg for the round 1 of the Florida Winter Tour. Mateus Morgado, your winner in ROK Sr. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Emery. Again, Mateus Morgado, your winner here in Pro ROK Sr. And like he said, the beginning of hopefully the journey and many more wins to come. Well, they've got another one. They could be able to get a couple actually in the afternoon, but more specifically, the other one of their factory pilots, Marin Kremers, after a fantastic pre-final yesterday, rolls off for the pole in Pro ROK Shifter. And that, of course, will headline our afternoon festivities. Warm-ups begin at 12:24 p.m. Eastern, so 24 minutes past the hour in about 40 minutes. And then the main events will get underway at 1 p.m. Eastern in about an hour 15. Stick with us or set your alarms. We'll be coming back with live commentary as soon as the mains get underway at the top of 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific.
boys. AJ said he'd do donuts for us if he were to win. So he said he'd do some donuts for me right in front. If he wins, you better push my camera in. All right? never saw my camera go live. Yeah, we weren't on people. Brandon, were we live at all? I never saw my camera go live. Maybe. You know what? It was fine. Hear me? Fuck you. Yo, that ROK Master is holding on for its life. The like ROK of Levanto tires blow up thing are holding on.
Well, it is about that time again here to get things underway with 5 main events slated to go green here momentarily. The ROK Cup USA officials just making a couple adjustments on the racetrack as the winds have picked up here in downtown St. Petersburg. It's a sunny and 75 afternoon, but a good breeze coming through the paddock has made a couple adjustments here to the barriers, so they want to make sure they're set and in the correct position where they can still move and flex in the need to absorb any kind of impact. At the same time, we don't want those barriers blowing onto the racetrack and catching any drivers off guard. We saw obviously a few in the early main events tagging the wall, and we want those to stay in the same spot every single lap as much as we can for the drivers, as they will really not be able to see until they get towards the corner. So that's a crucial point, and appreciation to Chuck Yoder, head of the on-track team for ROK Cup USA, making sure again that we are set to do the best product that we can for the 5 main events slated to go. Master ROK will kick us off, and then we'll move on from them to the youngest kids in the ROK Cup class structure with the Micro Rockers. Junior ROK at 11, 15 years old will roll next. VLR Master will complete the third of our 3 Masters divisions made. And then, of course, we end the day with the Pro ROK Shifter division, which has been a showdown between AJ Myers and Marin Kremers. Kremers winning the pre-final, Myers winning the majority of the heats to win the pole for the pre-final, but Kremers' pre-final win puts him back on the inside lane for the main event. It's come down to the whole shot, but there have been some passes for the lead, been a little bit sketchy. We've seen some players joining in or having little hot spots of pace, like Josh Conker and the Cardinals Racing Engines Marinello. However, for Master ROK, it is really been about whether or not Andre Nicastro can get dethroned. And while in the pre-final, he did. In fact, William Isaias was up front for quite some time, but ultimately Nicastro worked his way back around. Ron John?
Yeah, he sure did. Andre has had quite a weekend. Been extremely fast. Obviously has been pretty much the class of the field. So it's going to be up to Isaias, LaPlante, Stone, Mueller, whether or not they're going to be able to come up with anything to be able to get around Andre Nicastro, the REM driver. Brazilian, he's had quite a weekend so far, so let's see how things shake out. It's going to be the finals here, going to go 20 laps for our Masters.
Well, I can see the lights being tested here by the on-track team, and just a last little bit of deliberation before we get underway. We should be sledded and ready to go here just in a few moments as the flaggers make their way out to their spots. During the lunch break and during the warm-up session, you can see the ROK Cup team continuing to try and clear this racetrack up. We've heard from so many drivers about how dirty it can get off the line here.
Right.
And the wind not helping that at all, blowing out from all the marbles and dust and pebbles that get pushed up against the barriers. The wind comes the right way, moves them back onto the racing groove. And that can get sketchy because in this case, if you miss your braking zone or miss the corner, you're not just going wide and in the grass, you're in the wall, and your day is more than likely done.
No doubt about that. It has been great to see the guys out. Still see they've got several of the blowers in their hands. Just making last-minute little tweaks again, trying to make sure the track's good and cleared for everybody. Get them a good, clean race. Again, these guys will be going 20 laps here. Finals for our Masters for the first leg of the Florida Winter Tour for 2023, the 25th year the Florida Winter Tour has been here in Florida. Great to be here. We've had tremendous weather. We thought we were going to have some rain the other day. Very fortunate, got through that with no problems. We did have just a little bit, I believe it was on Friday night into Saturday morning. Made the track a little slick, obviously, when they went out for practice, but no harm, no foul, everything's good. Beautiful day now, sunshiny. Going to make for maybe perhaps a little slick in the beginnings here, but we'll see how things work out. Xander, 20 laps here for our Masters. And you're right, the class of the field has been Andre Nicastro. We'll keep an eye on him. William Isaias on the outside the pole. David LaPlante up next. Martin Stone, Alex Mueller, Sylvain Colombi. It's Pablo Savalas, Alfonso Santiago, and Miguel Mir. That'll round out our field. And here they come. Looks like we're going to send them around one more time. Not really sure why, but perhaps everybody wasn't in the exact positions they need to be in. Looking around the track, everybody looks like they're in spot, ready to roll.
Yeah, a good part of that will come from the pole sitter trying to gain the start a little bit and maybe accelerate before the official start zone. There are barriers lined on the front straightaway that where the normal rest of the track is red and white. There are a strip of white barriers that designates the punch-off line. Anywhere inside that white barrier box, the leader is allowed to accelerate. However, he is told he is not allowed to accelerate before he enters the box. This is again due to trying to minimize the speeds down by turn one when having everybody packed up at a start. So Andre Nicastro tried it, couldn't pull it off. Now this time he goes right at the beginning of the box, and it will get the green flag. We're underway down to turn one in Master ROK. Isaias will lose a couple spots off the green, at least one, if not two. Alex Mueller to the high side, falls back to fourth, and Isaias goes to work there for third and second as they exit turn number three. Nice crossover from Isaias. He's still side by side for second as they go to turn number five, and he'll set it deep on the outside and get clear. Great move by the International Motorsport Tony Kart.
Yeah, he's trying to make his way up there to the back end of Andre Nicastro, try to get around him and maybe show him a back bumper for a while. In the meantime, how about that move there for Alex Mueller? Looked like he made his way up there already. I believe he might end up in that third position as they come back around. Actually, that's going to be David LaPlante in that white helmet.
Yeah, Mueller got all the way up to nearly be side by side for third, but he went wide when he went offline in turn 2, ripping the high side. He runs, like you said, in fourth, couple spots back, or a couple car lengths back from David LaPlante as they go to turn number 5. Meanwhile, up front, William Isaias giving Andre Nicastro all he can handle here on lap number 2 of 20. 18 laps to go at the line. Plenty of time still left in this one as we nearly double the length of the heat races that they ran throughout the weekend here. So once again across the line, it's the REM Cosmic of Andre Nicastro who leads them into turn number 1. Isaias all over the bumper there through the first corner. Maybe turn number 3. Is that going to be close enough for him to go? Not enough.
I thought
this
so
time.
for a moment there, Xander. You're right, just not close enough. But what a great start for both William and David, being able to actually give Andre a little run for his money right here on the beginning part of the race. Again, working 20 laps here, just putting in lap number 3 as they get ready to come around and back onto the front stretch once again.
Yeah, here they come onto the front straightaway. Again, your top 3 there, almost a top 6-car train. It goes all the way back from William Isaias and Andre Nicastro, second and first. Back to third with LaPlante, fourth with Alex Mueller, fifth Martin Stone, sixth Pablo Ceballos. Nicastro ran it wide out of turn number 2. He had to defend into 3. Now they're side by side and they make contact.
No.
Into the wall goes William Isaias. Isaias spun off the front bumper of Nicastro, and Nicastro somehow only loses a spot out of it.
Wow. Not really sure exactly what happened there. Obviously, he got side by side. Didn't look like he was quite close enough to touch him, but he absolutely did. In the meantime, here he comes, looking to the inside to get around LaPlante as they head into turn number 1. David LaPlante right there all over him. Again, Alex Mueller now up into that third spot that I'd mentioned earlier. He's now into third.
Wow, talk about chaos here at the start. William Isaias was going for the lead there, and I don't know if he cleared himself, if Nicastro came down, but they touched tires and a round went.
Sure did.
The International Motorsport Tony Kart. So Andre Nicastro back to the point, like you said, with that good move in turn number 1. He'll put 5 laps complete this time. And again, we've seen the ROK Cup USA officials have a bit of intervention here in these main events. They're not afraid to call penalties here for differences from contact to passing under yellow to tram line violations. We've seen it all, and it's decided 2 out of the 5 main events that have been completed so far. It might decide 3 out of 6 if Andre Nicastro ends up being the first one across the line. So we'll see when he rounds turn number 6 as Alex Mueller continues to go to work on David LaPlante for second. Just not close enough to throw a dive into turn number 8.
Yeah, going to allow Andre Nicastro to sneak out just a couple of more links there over the second place driver. But again, not such a bad result for Isaias. He's now in that 5th position, trying to make his way again back up onto the bumper of the 4th place driver. He's got probably a good 10-cart gap there between he and that 4th place driver. In the meantime, Andre Nicastro starting to do what he's done all weekend, and that is starting to stretch it out on the front end of the track here.
I just can't believe William Isaias didn't lose that much time. I mean, granted, he got spun in front of the field, but a full 360 as they make contact for second. Alex Mueller stuffs it down the inside on David LaPlante, and Martin Stone now enters the scene here in 4th as he's looking for 3rd. Again, Isaias somehow, some way, not out of this one. He could get back to the podium, and if he gets back to 2nd and then a penalty gets called for Andre Nicastro getting into him, he'd have a spin and win. That would be unreal.
Hadn't seen that since Indy, huh?
In a long time. There's
been a long time.
One kart race I saw a long time ago, nearly a decade ago now, was at the Rotax Pan American Championship at Gopher Motorplex. Ugo Chukwu, who is one of the Mercedes-signed junior drivers now, working his way up the F ladder. One in Micro, got spun at turn number 3. And go back to the field now.
And you know what's happening, Xander? The guys back behind him are starting to battle. And in the meantime, that's allowing Andre to continue to walk away. Already out to 2.5-second lead there for Andre Nicastro. And again, he went purple that last time by.
He did. Now, Martin Stone, on the other hand, he's looking for 4th, turn 5. Looks like he was able to get it done on Alex Mueller. So, no move made there. Look for a second. Martin Stone was able to take that third spot away from Alex Mueller. Instead, he remains back in the fourth spot, and he's got William Isaias bearing down. I just can't believe Isaias has this much pace without, you have to think he's got some kind of damage, but maybe the barriers were just so light. I mean, they're not filled with anything. They're just kind of staked here and there and weighted back with some weigh bags or double stacked, but somehow William Isaias is still the second fastest driver on the racetrack to only that of the race leader, Andre Nicastro. So in fifth, and he has all the way up to second within eyesight as the halfway marker will be coming this time, though. Again, this is a fight for third, fourth, and fifth. We're watching here on camera out of turn number 11. That is David LaPlante up the road there in second. Here comes Martin Stone for third this time. Turn one, he's got it. Mueller back to fourth.
And in the meantime, William Isaias is back behind those two guys, hoping they continue to battle up there, allow him to get up there. And as I say that, there goes William Isaias around Alex Mueller. Mueller says no way, cross back over. We'll see how things shake out as they head into turn number 5. He's in the perfect position there going into that particular turn, so Isaias gets around Mueller.
Yeah, great call there, Ron John. Isaias gets himself that fourth spot finally. And it cost him a little bit of time.
It did.
To Martin Stone, and there's Andre Nicastro going by. Here's LaPlante. There is Martin Stone in third, and Isaias in the fourth spot trying to come back forward here, get himself a bit of redemption at the Florida Winter Tour for the ROK GP Masters main event. We've got 9 laps to go here, coming to see 8 this time by. He should definitely be able to reach Martin Stone if that pace is as good as it was a couple of laps ago. As for second place, David LaPlante will be a little bit trickier. They're a little more evenly matched on pace, and he's got an extra second and a quarter to boot. While Andre Nicastro continues to lead, he'll put the 12th lap in the books.
David's had a pretty good weekend himself, been awfully strong. Again, it's just been such a tremendous weekend for Andre Nicastro. That REM Motorsports driver, the Brazilian, has been absolutely flawless. And right now he's proven he's had the Kart to lead, and he's doing it once again today. Already out 4.5 seconds over the second place driver of David LaPlante. And William Isaias, though, up in that fourth spot, trying to get his way back up there to the back end of Martin Stone. Go ahead.
So as Nicastro goes down there through turn number 1, good call to look back on Isaias there. Headed to turn number 1, you can see the margin opening up from Alex Mueller. It is closing in to Martin Stone. What's your lap time update? Well, William Isaias evened out to Martin Stone that time by. He was 1/10 of a second better than David LaPlante. It was about 3/10 slower than the race leader, Andre Nicastro, who may end up catching some lap traffic before the end of this main event with how quickly he is working his way around. I think he should be okay, but hard to say there as we're coming up towards the end of it here now with 14 in the books and 6 to go. Nicastro still your leader out of turn number 2. There's LaPlante, there's Stone, there's Isaias. You can see the gap is closing in as Mueller rolls on by for second. So not only is Isaias trying to hunt down Martin Stone, and he made up some time that time, but they both made up a lot of ground on David LaPlante. The podium far from set here with 5.5 laps remaining.
All right, here we go over towards turn number 6 and 7. David LaPlante now heading for 8. Still a little bit of a gap there back to the third place driver of Martin Stone as Andre Nicastro comes by once again, puts in number 15 of 20 next time. Our next group coming racing by there, and it is David LaPlante, Martin Stone, William Isaias. Isaias has not really made up a whole lot, and as I say that, it looked like he had tried to get back around the third place driver of Martin Stone. Isaias is right there on his back bumper heading for turn number 5 and 6. And also, too, Martin starting to make his way up onto the back bumper of David LaPlante. So it looks like perhaps we're going to have a real battle here shaping up for the second and third place positions just against those second 4 drivers that are getting ready to come driving by.
And it's all going to be in the final few laps here. 4 to go, 16 complete. LaPlante, Stone, Isaias battling for those final 2 spots on the podium and potentially the race win if, again, Andre Nicastro gets faulted for that contact with Isaias. They could call it as a racing incident. They could call it as Isaias at fault, but he is the victim, at least in terms of the worst outcome of that. So you wouldn't see a penalty coming to Isaias. It'd either be a no call or a penalty on Andre Nicastro. Nicastro obviously doesn't know anything about that. He's just trying to build the gap, and depending on the severity or the style of penalty, if he's got a time penalty, Nicastro at 7 seconds and counting could outrun it. Let's say he gets a 5-second penalty for avoidable contact. He'd still be declared the winner because he's got a 7-second lead. Now with 3 laps to go, David LaPlante takes him out of turn number 3 here, working lap number 18. 17 down, 1 car length apiece for the top, or for second, third, and fourth on the racetrack.
All right, waiting for him to pick up the 2 to go here. 2 more laps here for Andre Nicastro. Nicastro's pretty much about a straightaway and a couple of corners ahead of the next group, getting ready to come back by the start-finish. Last time, 7.3 second lead. This time it's a 7.9 second lead. But that battle still continues amongst LaPlante, Stone, and Isaias. William Isaias all over the back end there of Martin Stone. That's the 3rd position. He'd love to make it up onto the podium if possible after that incident earlier on when Nicastro. But again, as you had mentioned, Xander, we'll have to keep an eye on, see how things shake out.
Yeah, we'll keep an ear to the ground to the ROK Cup USA officials, see what they ultimately decide on that one and if they want to do anything specific here. Nonetheless, the final lap is underway. Brazil's Andre Nicastro already out of turn number 2 and headed for 3. The leaders headed out of turn number 1 as Nicastro goes out of 3 now. Or sorry, the leaders, not the battle for second, third, and fourth, which has not changed. Andre Nicastro in the Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic. We watched the last class before this one, ROK Sr. Connor Zilish, 1 spot shy of the top step. Here in Master ROK Group number 6, Andre Nicastro goes 1 spot better. Bam! He wins the main event in Master ROK, and coming down to the wire, no changes in that battle for second, third, and fourth as they come across the line. It will be David LaPlante over Martin Stone, and Isaias. That valiant effort will end just shy of the podium. Andre Nicastro, your winner, and then rounding the top 5, Alex Mueller in that privateer Tony Kart.
Well, congratulations to Andre Nicastro. What a weekend for him. Finishes out with this final win here in the Masters. Again, we'll just wait to see how things shake out. Should there be any sort of a penalty or anything involved with that incident earlier on there coming out of turn number 3.
And so we'll wait and see on all that. In the meantime, here we'll take a short commercial break and come back with more Micros set to go next up here, live from Tropicana Field in downtown and windy St. Petersburg, Florida. The final day of action for opening weekend at the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. We'll be right back here live on Kart Chaser. Crucial part of the magic that's taken AJ Myers to multiple national championships? Check out Greyhound Racing Seats and their full catalog of options, from their R1 and R1 Extra soft seats for high grip conditions, their Viper medium seat for medium grip, and the RS2 stiff seat for low grip conditions. It's time to win. It's time to see why Greyhound makes the difference. If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all. like that, we're back here. Micro ROK getting set to go green. Mateus Romalo trying to keep the Brazilian flair going. They got a win in Senior ROK. They've got a provisional win in Master ROK. And now the young man here in the youngest class, the Micro Rockers, will be set to go green here. He's also got the likes of Antonio Pizzonionito to battle with as well. So why don't you take him to the starting lineup, as that's your front row, an all-Brazil walkout on the row 2 and background, John.
All right, up next will be the 27 of Yao Bonneman, and Yao will roll off in that 3rd position with Nico Orbezo in the 58 after him. Maxwell Macha in the 33. It'll be Liam Van Beek up next in the number 14 with Gavin Decay rolling off in the 75. Up next is Liam Nakawachi, and Nakawachi is rolling off in the number 88 with Alex Chandler rolling out next in the number 26. Dominic Moskalenko in the number 1 with Santiago Diaz de la Vega in the 37. Nicholas LaRusso in the 99 with Valentino Santillan rolling off in the number 11. It'll be Josh Bergman up next in the 44 with Colton Scheinenberg in the number 17. Asher Pavan rolls off in the 54. Juan Diego Garcia rolls off in the 36. It's Leo De Silva up next in the 18. Lucas Ferreira in the number 3. Kingston Gadroy in the number 51. Zane Burgess in the 55. Jaden Francisco in the 13. And here we go. Looks like we're going to go ahead and send them back around once again. That'll give me enough time just to mention a couple of more names here. And that'll be George Ho, roll off in that number 5. Nico Salazar in the 28. Dominic Krupi in the number 98. Melville Del Santos in the 57. Cohen Shoecraft in the 29. William Chocat in the 24. Aiden Kisson in the 80. Leon Simoni in the 89. And Massimo Lorenzo will roll it out in the 68. So again, our youngsters getting ready to go final racing here. 16 laps here for our micro drivers. Once again, sun has tucked back behind the clouds. A little overcast right now. Nice, looks like a southerly breeze for us. Coming back across the track. Here comes your drivers. Forming up into the tram lanes. Let's hopefully get the look at the lights. All right, we are racing. Lights are out.
Yeah, green flag down at turn number 1. Couple stragglers at the back struggle to catch up, but a good start through turns 1 and 2. Everyone's clean and green as out front goes Antonio Pizzonionito. He gets the lead on that Orsilon Racing Paralyn. Mateus Romalo falls back to 2nd on that U-Race Paralyn there, and then back to 3rd finds Nico Orbezo in the Iron Rock Tony Kart as they exit turn number 6, head through to 7 and 8 here for the opening circuit of 16. 1 down, 15 laps to go this time by. We'll give you the running order here as they come across the stripe, but it is all Antonio Pizzonionito who leads down to turn number 1.
Antonio didn't take long to jump out there and get around Matthias, kicking Matthias back into that 2nd position. Nico Orbezo, you missed it, up already a spot, now into the 3rd spot. Dropping Yao back into 4th. Maxwell Macha hanging on to that 5th position with Gavin Decay now up a spot, sitting in 6th. So again, our guys just now coming through turns number 6 and 7, heading for turn number 8.
Yeah, single file up at the front of the field here. Little 2-driver break between Pizzonionito and Romalo. Little gap back there for 3rd as they head through turns 10 and 11. And then we'll go down the front stretch once again here. Single file. Nico Orbezo trying to hunt them down. I think he lost a little bit of time that time by. Quickest overall was Romalo in 2nd. Purple lap time for the young driver for a moment until across the line went Liam Van Beek and that Motaz Sport Paralyn back in 6th. So the leaders not the quickest on the racetrack, but just about, and definitely quicker than 3rd and 4th as both Orbezo and Yao Bonneman lost a bit of time to the top 2. They need them to fight. For now, they are not, as they will put 3 laps in. Orbezo a little better here on lap 3, though. And it'll be 13 laps to go. Can Nico Orbezo close that gap back up and make it a 3-car party up front? Let's see, lap time-wise. 40.0, 40.0. Orbezo, a 39.78. That'll help.
Went purple that time, yes. He was the fastest kart out on the track. I couldn't help noticing that Pizzoni and Romalo were definitely tucked nose to tail together, trying to push their way out there a little bit from Nico. Perhaps they've gotten the word that Nico is on the move. definitely been one of the fastest cart out there. Liam Van Beek, that is, a great run for him so far as well. He's up a spot, remaining in the 5th position, but it's Antonio Pizzonia Jr., or Nito that is, and here he comes back by the start-finish once again. Does look like the 3rd-place driver is starting to make up a little bit of that ground. It's about 5/10 seconds back to the 3rd-place driver of Nico Orbezo.
Then it kind of spreads out a little bit as you look down the order. Yalvin Ottoman slowly losing touch with Orbezo back in that 4th spot here as his teammate Antonio Pizzonia leads. So you can see that 3-car breakaway up front. In fact, Matheus Romalo starting to slip backwards a little bit. Not a good run through turns 5 and 6 for Romalo. Orbezo even having a little look down the inside. Doesn't decide to do it though, but Nico Orbezo starting to really, I feel like, get comfortable up at the front, because he is only a car length away from Matheus Romalo as they head down the front straightaway. Not close enough to dive bomb into turn number 1, though.
No, not close enough. Looked like he was absolutely a little bit closer there as he came out of turn number 3, heading for 4. Looks like he's going to take a shot to the inside. Going to be Orbezo. Just as we mentioned, he was pretty fast. He was able to get around. So Matheus Romalo now back into the 3rd position. Your fastest kart on the track has now moved up into 2nd. That's Nico Orbezo.
Yeah, he was quick and ready to make that move. Wanted to make it in turn 8 last time by. Wasn't close enough. Neither was in turn number 1. So Nico Orbezo wasting 0 time here in this main event. 10 laps to go, 6 laps in. And he's in the catbird seat here as he tries to hunt down Antonio Pizzonia Nito and that Orsolone Racing Parolin. You can see them through turns 2 and 3. So that's where that update falls. A couple movers through the field. Zane Burgess was up a number of spots, up 6th. On that JC Karting Landon Norris card back in 15th, though. You can see the top 3. There's your gap back as Orbezo leads Romalo forward. And as we take a peek further down the order of where they have all shaken out, again, Yalvin Ottoman still runs in 4th with Liam Van Beek 5th. Then it's a gap to this group here all the way to the edge of the top 10. The likes of Maxwell Macha, who's had some decent speed this week. Gavin Decay, Alex Chandler, Liam Nakawati, and Santiago Diaz de la Vega Torres, all in this grouping here, and more headed through turn number 1.
I was talking with Leonardo Escarponi a little while ago, and I was wondering who he had as his pick for this particular group, and he said he was going to stick with Antonio this time. Good call so far.
Oh, we got one on the wall here out of
sure
turn number 3. 2 drivers collected. I think one of them was one of the back markers at the back of the field. And I don't know the other one collected there. That is the 11. Yeah, the number 11 machine. That was Valentino. Was that Valentino? No, that's not Valentino Santini. That's a different Alonso kart driver. Santini aboard the SLA Kart Racing Parolin. The leader's all clean and green here. Black flag going to be coming out for the number 36, I believe. Either a furled or waved one. It'll be a waving black flag for the number 36 machine for the contact, potentially there at the back of the. Let's send a few drivers down the order. Let's see if we can find who we've got. Oh, no, that's just towards the end of the pack. Juan Diego Garcia de Villa getting the black flag here that time by. Up front, there he is. There's another black flag. That's going to be, was it Macha? No, that wasn't Macha involved. It was a different Parolin driver. Trying to identify all these new kids moving on up here as we go down to turn number 1. Another pass. That time, a couple energy on energy action there when the AKT Racing Team drivers headed down through the first corner. But nonetheless, as we look forward here, there's Colton Schniegenberg that was making a pass. Happy birthday, by the way, to the 8-year-old. 8 years old today here for Colton Schniegenberg at the moment. He's up 5 spots with a good birthday Sunday drive into the top 10. Good move there for Schniegenberg. I think that moved him up to 9th down in turn number 1. And the Team Felon Energy Kart driver having some headway here. He's starting to make and chop some wood towards the front of the pack as we've got 6 laps to go here this time by.
Actually, Nico cut into that lead by about 1/10 of a second, so he's only 4/10 back now. Definitely starting to see a little bit of him creeping up a little closer as they head down towards turn number 5 and 6. And what's happening, though, is it's dropping the 3rd place driver off behind him. That's Matheus Romalo. Here comes your leaders once again, coming off of turn number 11 down the front stretch.
More black flags going to him. Hopefully all the lap traffic adheres to the black flags as the leaders start to catch up to the back half of the field. Pizzonia, Nito, Orbezo, a little bit of blocking there further back in the pack with Van Beek and company. Let's go side by side here as we've got Motorsport Paralympic driver Enzo Vidmontien here down with us on pit lane. He's had an up and down, topsy-turvy week for sure compared to the success of round one of the 2023 Pro National season last week at Homestead. Where's his head's at for the main event? Alexander Searle and Emery Lida will help us find out.
Yeah, thanks, Xander. I'm here with Enzo Vidmontien. Enzo, I mean, you had a really solid run yesterday in the pre-final. 16th you started, finished 8th. Few guys when you got a penalty, you are now starting P6 in the final. Walk me through that pre-final yesterday for you.
It was kind of ups and downs. One kid like kind of hit me, and I kind of went back a little bit, and then got my way up, and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you had really, really good pace. I believe going purple a few times yesterday in the pre-final. You had a good warm-up as well. I mean, tell me, how good has this Paralympic kart been for you today?
It's been really, really good. But today in the practice, my engine didn't start because the start problem. But
yeah, and obviously starting on the outside here, row 3, P6. What's your game plan for the race?
just not crash, turn 1, and keep going.
Well, it's a solid plan to have. Enzo Vidmontien, everybody, starting P6 for Junior ROK. Back to you, boys.
Thank you, Alex. Going back to the on-track action, it is heating up. Nico Orbezo's slick move down in turn 8 to take over the lead just a moment ago. We're working lap 14 here, 13 complete as the field heads through turn number 5. Nico Orbezo started third here, worked his way up to second, now to the lead. And the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart through the double right-hander will come this time by to see 2 laps to go. A late race charge. Pizzonia 2 car lengths away as they head for turn number 1.
All right, Antonio Pizzonia right there on his back bumper as they come through turn number 1. Looked like he might have had a shot at him going to the inside now through turn number 3. Heading for 4. Nico takes a quick look over his shoulder. Knows he's going to have to block just a little bit there coming out of 4. Again, takes a quick look. He knows that Antonio is right there. Will he try and dive bomb him going into 5 and 6? Thinks better of it, although he is right there as they'll make that run down towards turn number 8 where Nico had gotten around Antonio earlier. Here they come, Xander.
And not only that, Mateus Romalo is lurking here with a little bit of defensive driving Orbezo did into turn 8. It's backed them up at the back of that top 5 as well. Liam Van Beek has been on a tear. He's closing in as Orbezo goes low to turn number 1. He's got to be careful to go low enough to hold the lead, but not too low that he gets bogged on the exit. However, not a good exit out of turn 2 for Pizzonia. Orbezo, normal line. He's a car length up, headed to 5. Opens the door. Pizzonia not close enough to get there. Final couple turns. Nico Orbezo's got 2 major passing zones left. Pizzonia can't get to the inside in turn 8. Over to turn 9. Nico Orbezo, what a drive forward here. It'd be win number 2 on the national stage, and it will happen here in St. Petersburg. Nico Orbezo wins in micro.
Wow, what a great run there for Nico. Just managed to take his time, allow his car to get up under it, and made a great pass there coming out of turn number 7, heading down to 8, got to the inside, got around Antonio, and the rest is history.
Nico Orbezo really came into his own at the very end of the 2022 Pro National season, getting his first career national win at Newcastle Motorsports Park in the micro category. And I think he will absolutely be one of the main names here this weekend. Problems for Zane Burgess, I believe. One of the JC Karting Lando Norris karts. Issues on the final corner. He had a good run going up the order. Or maybe not Burgess, it's one of his teammates that had contact with the wall there at the end. May end up being one of the other LN karts here in the field. But Nico Orbezo over Antonio Pizzonia there second. Then Mateus Romalo third. Yal Banataman holds off Liam Van Beek with a hard-charging number 14 Motorsport Paralympic there at the end. Gets around him, I think, actually late in the going.
Birthday boy up 8 spots there, ends up in 7th.
Yeah, heck of a run. Happy birthday, Colton Schniegenberg and the GWR Racing Energy. 7th here from 15th on the grid, right behind Gavin DeKay in 6th. Alex Chandler on that Iron Rock Tony Kart ends up in 8th. 9th to Maxwell Macha, who slips just a couple spots back on that SLA Kart Racing Paralympic there at the end. And finally, Liam Nakawati on the Cruise Racing Development entry rounds off the top 10. So the micros done and dusted. Junior ROK coming your way next. We'll go silent on the airwaves and come back with main event number 3 of 5 here in the afternoon. Heck of a performance today for the Iron Rock Tony Kart of Mr. Nico Orbezo with a late race charge to get himself up to the lead as the junior rockers get set to go. Let's go down and talk to our main event winner in Micro Rock, Nicholas Orbezo. He's down with Emery Light on Alexander Searle here on pit lane. Boys?
Nico, outstanding run. You had not been up front all weekend long, at least not in the lead. But when it mattered most, you ran down Antonio Pizzonia, got yourself the lead with a few laps left, and held on for a massive win here in Micro Rock. Just talk to me what was going through your mind those last few laps.
So I thought that Pizzonia was going to try to get a late send on me, so I was trying to like go mid-track and defend part of the laps whether he could pass me. And then on the last corner, I thought he would try to send it like they did on the pre-final, and I got 4th. So I went half track instead of setting up all the way, and I got through.
Yeah, really good defensive driving there and good offensive driving as well. We see your Iron Rock Motorsports team, obviously very happy to see you win. Who else would you like to thank for this win?
I would like to thank Charlie, Iron Rock, minus 273 gloves, because those things are good. And yeah, that's it.
Yeah, Nico Orbezo, a fantastic drive to catch up to Antonio Pizzonia and hang on for a massive Micro Rock victory here at St. Pete. Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, what a run there for Nico Orbezo. And hey, he's not just plugging sponsors, he's giving them a tagline. Them minus 273 gloves, yeah, they're because they're good.
They're
I
good.
like that, man. He's working on it already here, just a couple main event wins. I think he's got a lot more to go his way, and without question, Nico Orbezo is going to be a force to be reckoned with here this year. He exits round 1 here in St. Pete with the win in Micro. As for Junior Rock, Rajan, well, they are moments away from going green as the engines have been fired. Why don't you take us through your starting lineup?
All right, here we go. On the pole, the 204, it's Ernesto Rivera, the RPG driver. Up next, Anthony Martella on the outside pole in the 211. It'll be Oliver Weldon up next in the 298 with Christian Cameron rolling off next in the 209. Sebastian Garzon Orozzo in the 208, Enzo Vidmontian. Thank goodness for Enzo. He's able to get up there and start in the mid-pack here. The 287 for Enzo. Stephen Miller up next, the 273 with Mayor Giannarin rolling off in the 244. Chase Piscaglia in the 205, it's Caleb Campbell in the 295. Sarah Bradley will roll off in the 214. Sarah had a pretty good run yesterday, brings her up to mid-pack. It's Pierce Wade up next in the 213s. Theo Salamau in the 251 with Christian Garduno in the 215. Gennaro Trappa in the 278. Samuel Santiago in the 206. It's Aristide Theodoropoulos in the 236. I hope I didn't mess it up too bad there. Up next, it's Carlos Sasso. Carlos in the 264 with Joseph Blani in the 221. Emma Scarborough rolls off in the 288. It's Lorenzo Castillo in the 232. Alexandra Brule in the 212. Christopher Aiken in the 218. Jose Martinez Villarreal in the 217. And Frederick Lemieux will roll things out in the 297. So Ernesto Rivera, Anthony Martella on the front row. We're getting ready to go 20 laps here, finals for our juniors. First leg of the Florida Winter Tour here in beautiful St. Petersburg, Florida. And once again, looks like the clouds have kind of parted a little bit. Sunshine is out.
It'll bring the track temps up, and it's about to really heat up here. These junior rockers know how to put on a show. They are in the tram lanes here, looking good. Rivera is going to be early on the power. It will get the green as we go down to turn number 1. Who fans out? Who gets popped as a couple get some contact through that first corner? But for the most part, the field is all the way through turns 2 and over to turn number 3. As up front, it's Rivera with the lead. Stephen Miller with a big dive on the inside there to try and make up some spots on the outside edge of the top 5. But Ernesto Rivera and the Ralston Performance Group Cosmic leads your field, headed over towards the back hairpin here, turn number 8. Anthony Martella actually did a pretty good job getting himself down into line, minimized the damage there in the Speed Concepts Racing red speed of how much time he would lose. So here we go across the line. It is indeed Rivera the leader. Martella across the line. Where does he line up?
Anthony ended up in 4th.
4th. They're not too bad. Oliver Weldon in 2nd. Now he's going to go for 3rd. Good pass down the inside for Martella, and Vidmontian and Miller will go with him. So 3 position change that time for Sebastian Garzon Orozco in the Orsolon Racing Tony Kart. He drops from 3rd back to 6th, Ron John.
Yeah, what a good run there so far, though, for Oliver Weldon. Able to take advantage of Martello falling back. He moves up. Enzo Vidmontian up already a spot. He's now in 5th position. Stephen Miller up a spot as well as Mayor Dianorin. Mayor now up into that 7th position. Again, had a couple of more movers. Going to be Stephen Miller getting around Enzo Vidmontian. And Stephen now in that 4th position. Will put Enzo in 5th. Oliver Weldon maintaining that 2nd position. A little bit of a gap there, about 0.4 of a second. It was Ernesto that went purple that first time around.
Anthony Martello's got to be careful here. Stephen Miller on his bumper trying to find a way past along with Enzo Vidmontien. He got by Vidmontien that lap. Now the Chad Dawkin Racing Alonzo Kart driver wants 3rd. He'll take 3rd. Turn 1. Stephen Miller is through on Anthony Martello. So new driver up into the top 3 for Stephen Miller. Martello back to 4th. And I think that CDR, Fernando Alonso Kart, is beginning to really roll here. He's got a lot of speed early on in this 20-lap main event. And again, 20 laps, don't let it fool you. We're running 34 to 35-second lap times here on this racetrack in downtown St. Petersburg. That is a very, very short layout. It is the shortest racetrack on the Pro National Circuit at the moment here in 2023. So 20 laps will go by in less than 12 minutes. And as we head to turn 1, you can see Miller still chopping wood. He's already up to the bumper of Oliver Weldon. Close on him, out of 2. Not here yet, though.
All right, once again, it was Stephen Miller that went purple the last time by. The last couple of laps, he has been the fastest kart out on the track. Stephen Miller solidly now up 4 spots in that 3rd position. Looking to make a battle out of this as he heads up to the back bumper of Oliver Weldon. Not sure if he was able to get around him. Yes, he did. Now Stephen Miller up into that 2nd position. Got around Oliver going into turn number 8 as he comes ripping back by the start-finish. Your top 4 trying to get away from the 5th place driver, Sebastian Garzon. Still Rivera, Miller, Weldon, Martello, and Garzon, your top 5. All right, quarter of the way there. Lap number 5 is in the bank. We're working lap number 6. Again, final here for our juniors. First leg of the Florida Winter Tour. Right here in beautiful St. Pete. Got us a little bit of a breeze. Sunshine is out. This convention center weather for us.
As we go across the start-finish line straight with Stephen Miller up to 2nd. Anthony Martello's got to wear out more pressure from behind here. As he got around Oliver Weldon, Weldon's sticking right with him for now there in that 4th spot. But Stephen Miller running consistently the quickest times here. He already was the fastest driver in the VLR Jr class earlier on today. Now Stephen Miller is trying to close that gap to Ernesto Rivera here to get himself a Junior ROK main event win. He got that win handed to him in VLR Jr thanks to a penalty for Leo Escorpioni. Escorpioni falling down to the 2nd position. As we come across the line this time by, it'll be 7 down. Looks like we got a
kart to the inside of the track here, unable to continue on.
Yeah,
meanwhile, our leaders have just gone by the start-finish line, and looks like that's the number 206.
Yeah, that's a heavily bent axle here down the front straightaway. You can see that Kurt hopping. He's not doing that on purpose. That is how bent that axle is, probably from some major contact with the outside or inside retaining walls. So unfortunate for him.
Hey, that was Samuel Santiago, the PSL karting driver. Young Brazilian driver. Let's see here as we've got our leaders coming back around. And I can tell you, Stephen Miller is definitely picking up. He's about half second back behind Ernesto Rivera, who, hey, it's one thing to catch Ernesto. It's another thing to have to pass him. In the meantime, Anthony Martella, Oliver Weldon, Sebastian Garzon, Caleb Candle, Chase Biscaglia, Mayor Dianorin now in that 8th spot. Christian Cameron in 9th, and Sarah Bradley now in that 10th spot. So that's your top 10. Again, 8 laps down, working lap number 9 of 20.
Stephen Miller here, at least he'll have a lot of time once he does catch him to figure out a way to get around him at least here. We're not even halfway yet. 9 down, 11 to go here in the Junior ROK main, and Stephen Miller is only about 5 car lengths back from the race leader, Ernesto Rivera, and that Rawlson Performance Group Cosmic. Here's a look further back to the top 5. Oliver Weldon's lost the 4th spot to Sebastian Garzon Orozco, so a little bit of new life breathed into the Orsolon Tony Kart of Sebastian Garzon as the 2 leaders have broken away. Martella running in that third spot, hasn't really been able to get to the pace that they are at right now. Rivera and Miller on a league of their own. Then again, Martella in third, and then you go back to our Garzona Roscoe in the fourth spot, Weldon in the fifth spot. Sixth on the racetrack is Caleb Campbell in the Speed Concept Red Speed. Then Chase Buscalia in the Motaz Sport Parallel up 2 spots to 7th. They are Deanna Ryan, Christian Cameron, Sarah Bradley, your top 10 as you go all the way down the order here. But back through the to the leaders here, Ernesto Rivera, 3 car lengths up on Stephen Miller, and slowly but surely he's, I think stopping the bleeding, to be honest with you. Miller should have gotten there by this point had he been making the headway that he was earlier. However, that time only about a 10th lopped off the gap. Ernesto Rivera starting to come in the second half of this main event, and if he can just keep that pace up, keep that 2 to 3 tenths cushion back to Stephen Miller, he will be safe. But he needs to do that here and not let Miller get close enough to strike.
Does look like Stephen is actually making up just a little bit of that ground. Last time by was 0.3 of a second as they head towards turn number 8. You can see he's right there on his back bumper this time. Let's see as he heads to 11. Will he try and make that move? No, thinks better of it. Tucks back behind him. Will he take to the inside here? No. Certainly showing he's got the speed perhaps to get around Ernesto Rivera. We'll have to wait and see. Tough run so far for Oliver Weldon. He had started out really well. Got up there, looked like he was having a fine run, but he's backed off just a little bit, sitting right now in that 5th position. Waiting to see how things are going to shake out here in front. Stephen Miller is all over Xander, the back bumper, as they head towards turn number 8.
And it looks to me as though Ernesto Rivera is starting to go a little more narrow coming into turn number 8 to try and cover that one off. Got a great exit out of 11 that time. He's just hoping that this race gets done as quick as possible.
Right.
13 in, 7 to go. And he's got to hang on here for the lead as they go to turn number 3. Again, back for third, no changes really. Martella does have Garzona Roscoe closing in, but the closest battle is the one for the lead and the win. Into turn 5, still single file. Now, Stephen Miller knows how much it really hurt him getting past with 2 to go and going out wide into the marbles when Leo Scorpioni got him in VLR Jr. Maybe Stephen Miller is going to wait a few laps, cool those tires down, run behind Rivera, and dive bomb him when that double sticks signal comes out. But we'll find out soon enough here. Just 6 laps left. Ernesto Rivera continues to show the way.
Yeah, still solid run here for Ernesto. Although without a doubt, Stephen Miller is giving him everything he could possibly handle as they just now go through turn 5, now through 6. Once again, that short little run down here to turn number 8, not quite close enough as Miller comes through. Thought maybe he was going to try a little over and under. Does he try and make a move here coming out of 11? Looks like he's got a good run. Nope, just not quite close enough. I believe you're right. It looks like Ernesto is starting to take a couple of little different
he wants to stay narrow
lines,
with it
yes,
to try and keep him at bay. Now, that said, here with 4.5 laps remaining, they've got to be wary about the pack behind them as well. Stephen Miller, last time by, did pull away with Rivera working together. However, Martella is only a 1.5 seconds away. He's not that far back in that Speed Concept Racing Red Speed. As you see, the margin of the top 2 head down the front stretch. So if they battle now, if they don't wait till the final 2 laps, it could very quickly become a 5-driver battle for the lead and the win. And speaking of 5, Oliver Weldon has finally gotten himself a little more pace. He's turned up the afterburners and is closing back up to Martella, who's lost the 3rd spot to Sebastian Garzona Roscoe. So changes for the edge of the top 5. It is Garzona Roscoe into 3rd. Martella is back to 4th. And Weldon applying some pressure. For a moment, it looked like he just had a good start and it was going to continue to fade, but that LN racing kart for JC Karting and Hot Wheels has really got the last little bit of juice getting squeezed out of it here in the final 4 laps.
And as you were talking about him, there he goes around Martella. Now he's up into that 4th position, heading for Sebastian Garzone. Still Ernesto Rivera out in front. Stephen Miller giving him everything he could possibly handle as they head through turn number 5, heading for 6 once again. Again, a quick little run down for another hard left-hander here coming through turn number 8.
So Stephen Miller right now, I think he is just studying Ernesto Rivera again, learning from that VLR Jr. main event when a Scorpioni caught him off guard. Now is the time to pounce. 2 to go. Stephen Miller Where do you want to pick your moment to try and go for the lead and send Rivera out into the dirty part of the racetrack where he cannot counter? And as for Ernesto Rivera, you've got to be ready at any point to defend that position. Car length out to turn 5. He's continuing to check the gap backwards. Where does Miller go? Does he go maybe turn 8 right here? I don't think he's close enough. He's not. Still single file, white flag this time.
Yeah, they come to pick up the white flag this time. It'll be the last lap for our juniors here in leg number 1 of the Florida Winter Tour for 2023. Boy, he definitely protects going into turn number 1, although he went a little wide there. Don't think Steven was able to take much of an advantage as they go into turn number 4. Xander back down that little short stretch, heading for turns 5 and 6. Yeah, still not close enough.
Yeah, he's still just doing that a little bit, maybe only a half lane down. Rivera's got really one more passing zone to go. He covers it off into turn number 8. Looks pretty good as the field heads on through. Over to the final corner, blocks low. Miller tries a crossover. It will not be enough. Ernesto Rivera wins Junior ROK here live from St. Petersburg. Steven Miller second. Third will go to Sebastian Garzona-Roscoe with a good late race charge. Fourth to Oliver Weldon, who gets around Anthony Martella in the couple laps. Then it'll be Chase Buscalia in 6th. Christian Cameron up a handful after a bad start to 7th. Mayor Neon Ryan 8th. Caleb Campbell 9th. And Sarah Bradley rounds off the top 10 for Junior ROK here. So we'll hear from our winners as the VLR Masters will get set to go. It's all been about Laurentiu Mardan. He had some problems in the pre-final, still managed to hold on for the win. So hopefully that domination for Laurentiu can continue. It'll give us some time if the race does spread out to chat with some of our pro ROK shifters and the top finishers here from Junior ROK. Stick with us. One commercial break away from live action here in St. Petersburg. We'll be right back here live on Kart Chaser.
All right, we're good. Great. Thank you so much. All right, welcome back, everybody. Florida Winter Tour here in St. Petersburg, Florida, getting ready to roll out our VLR Masters, their final race for the first leg here of the Florida Winter Tour. Going to go 20 laps. Lauren Mardan on the pole. Outside pole, it's Alex Dalbon. Looks like you've gotten the lights are out and the race is on. Again, going to be so important that somebody gets up there and tries to battle along with Lauren Mardan. Get out there ahead of them. What we'll quickly do, though, is take a quick little break here. We'll run out there. I see they found Oliver Weldon. Let's go out there and see what Emery or Alex has to say. Emery, go ahead.
We're too low, so I was kind of just fighting for my position. Anthony and Garzon got past me, so I just tried to follow them. And then tire pressure started to get a little bit more, or the tire started to get a little bit more grip, so I was able to stay up with them. I passed Anthony, and then I tried to work my way up to Sebastian Garzon, but there wasn't enough laps left. So.
Awesome. Yeah, one more question. Who would you like to thank for this podium finish?
My team owner, Leo, Mario, Mike for the engines, my brother, all my friends that came out, my mom, my uncle, Damati, and everybody that's just here.
Yeah, thanks, Oliver. Oliver Alden, everybody. P3 and Junior ROK. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right, thank you very much, Alexander. Fine run there for Oliver, able to get up there and end up on the third step of the podium. Again, our finals underway here for our VLR Masters. They're working 20 laps. And it's still Lauren Mardan out there, already about a second lead over the second place driver, which is Alex Dalbon. Mark Pavin up there next. Looks like perhaps, Xander, we may have Stephen Miller over there at the interview tent. Let's send it back over to Alexander and Emery and see what Stephen has to say about his last run. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Here's Stephen Miller. Stephen, what a run there. I mean, started P7, pretty quickly found yourself in P2, but you had about a 1.5-second gap there to Ernesto, and you clawed your way back, put yourself in contention to win that race, ultimately fell just a little bit short. Walk me through the race for you.
So I knew at the start I needed to have a smooth start. If I didn't, then the leader's just going to gap me and race is over. So I took it smooth around the inside, got a couple positions, and ran down Ernesto. Then at the end of the race, I fell off a little bit, and he got the win.
Yeah, I mean, you say you fell off, but still, you were on Ernesto's bumper for the last 10 or so laps of the race. Is there anything you could have done differently to maybe get this win? Any place you could have passed where you just held off a little bit?
Yeah, I could have passed in the back hairpin, but I didn't want to risk wrecking me or him, so I just kept it smooth and kept going.
Awesome, yeah. Stephen Miller, everybody. P2 and Junior ROK. Back to you guys.
That's smart of Stephen. Better end up at second than end up dead last. So great run there for Stephen Miller. Ends up in that second position. Lauren Mardan stretching it out to 1.9 seconds over Alex Dalbon. Mark Pavon still there in that third position. Leas Quiones now in fourth. Up a couple of spots is Ryan Molina in the fifth position. Again, these guys are going 20 laps here for the final time. Florida Winter Tour, this leg number one of a three-leg event.
And so now we go back down here trackside. Let's hear from the other half of that battle for the lead and the win in Junior ROK. Ernesto Rivera is down with Alexander Searle and Emery Lido.
Here with Ernesto Rivera. Ernesto, an outstanding victory in the ROK Jr. category. You led wire to wire. It was not easy with Stephen Miller right behind you towards the end of the race, but you got it done. Walk me through your race.
The start was pretty good. We stayed in P1, then Steven catch me like halfway, and then we ended up winning.
Yeah, and you ended up with a second place in VLR after penalties and a first place here. Already a really strong start to the season for you again, coming off a strong end of last year as well. How do you assess these first 2 weeks of your 2023 season so far?
It's been pretty good. In the home set, it went good, so I hope it keeps going good.
Yeah, and lastly, Obviously, RPG are also a performance group here supporting you. You've had a lot of success with them. Who else would you like to thank?
Joni, Alex, Mike, Kevin, everybody on the team, my uncle, my family.
There you have it. Ernesto Rivera, victorious in the ROK Jr. category. He wins here at St. Pete. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right, that was a great run there for Ernesto Rivera. Congratulations to him. It's always nice to get yourself a win here. Kick things off for the first leg of the Florida Winter Tour. Of course, a couple of more legs to go in February. We'll be off to over towards the kind of the west coast of Florida. We call a little town called Loxahatchee, be the Nelson PK Entertainment Center. Then we'll be off to the central part of the state, to the house that the mouse built. That means Orlando Karting Center will be our final spot that we'll be racing for the Florida Winter Tour. It is the 25th year of the Florida Winter Tour. Again, our guys just now banking lap number 9 of 20. Next time by, we'll get the halfway flags here at the start finish. Lauren to Mardan now at about 3.5 second lead over the second place driver of Mark Pavon. He's gotten around Alex Dalbon, starting to stretch it out a little bit, the Goodwood Racing driver out of Canada. Dalbon now now in that third position. All right, they're picking up, as I had mentioned, the halfway flags here at the start finish. See Louis Quiones, Gallo Barros, Bruno Sadgiovanni. In the meantime, though, Lauren to Mardan is absolutely checking out on everybody. Last time by, he was a couple of tenths faster. It's 3.5 second lead now for Lauren 2. Let's see if he's been able to stretch it out a little bit as he comes back down. Start finish once again. Lauren to Mardan, a 37.5. It was 37.4, so actually a little bit faster there. You got to go back to Alex Dalbon to be the fastest card out there with a 37.376 to the 37.511 of our leader. So again, Mardan, Pavon, Dalbon, Quiones, and Ryan Molina, your top 5. 11 laps down, working to 20. Looks like perhaps Lauren 2 may actually eventually catch a back marker here, as he's now on the front stretch heading for the first turn. He's got a cart right up there in front of him, about to pull over and head for the pit lane. Again, it just seems like timing's been a little off for our guys, catching some of these back markers right when they end up in that turn, heading through turn number 1, which is always difficult enough. But to catch one of the slower guys right there in that particular position is not always the best feeling. I could tell that Lauren 2 wasn't too happy about that.
Definitely a bit tricky there. Let's
Yes.
also go down trackside here as we've got another one of our Pro Shifter pilots set and ready to go. Vincenzo Saracino is down trackside here. It's been an up and down week for him. Started a little bit higher than where it's ended Saturday night. Here he is as the privateer VTM racing engine shifter driver with Alex and Emery.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I'm here with Vincenzo Saracino. Vincenzo, I mean, had an up and down weekend, showed some pace, you know. I mean, I think you told me earlier, yesterday you struggled with lack of rear grip, too much front grip. Today, polar opposite. Just walk me through your weekend so far.
Yeah, it's just, it seems like everything I'm doing just isn't working well. And I mean, this morning I went back to what I know best with the TB, and it seemed to be a little better, but still lacking pace. So I went completely back to the drawing boards with the setup for the final, and just going to go for it now because I lost 3 spots yesterday in the pre-final. So now I'm just going to go for it.
Awesome. Yeah, one more question. I mean, obviously starting inside of row 4, P7, what are your expectations for the start?
Well, it'll definitely be slippery on the inside line for sure. So hopefully, if I can, maybe try to go to the outside line and get on the inside for turn 2 and go for the best from there.
Awesome. Yeah, sounds like a good strategy. Vincenzo Saracino, everybody, starting P7 for Shifter ROK. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Alex. Again, Vincenzo Saracino making that great point about how slippery the inside of the racetrack will be in Pro Shifter ROK here, as we have 15 laps completed now, 5 laps to go in the VLR Master. main event, and Laurentiu Mardan has led every lap so far as the domination continues here, while the battle back behind him through the rest of the field has shuffled a little bit, maybe not as much as those heat races or pre-finals. But either way, the story has been the same. The Techno Kart out front, Ron John.
Yeah, he had pulled it out to a pretty good lead now. It's only about a 1.7 second lead. Now, I'm not really sure whether or not he's just backing off a little bit, but it's definitely allowed Mark Pavon to move up. Mark has been the fastest kart on the track the last couple times by. That time, he and Alex Daubon were absolutely dead even, a 37.585 to a 37.585. But still, he did pick up just a little bit on Laurentiu. Laurentiu now, his lead is 1.8. But Mark Pavon is really trying desperately hard to get up there and battle with Laurentiu. Don't think he's going to have enough laps to do that. Getting ready to bank lap number 17 as they come back by the start-finish once again.
We've also got another pilot down on the grid here. Let's continue our pre-race talks with the Pro Shifter pilots. Alex and Emery, down to you guys.
Standing here with Pedro PK. Pedro, it's been kind of an up and down weekend for you. We're really fast on Friday, qualified in the top 4, then had a little bit of a struggle through the heat races, and you're starting the final in 6th position. Just walk me through what you've been experiencing this weekend and what your expectations are for the final.
Yeah, in one lap pace, I was pretty good, always in the top 3. But in race pace, I struggle a bit with the car setup in general. But we were trying some stuff, and now it's everyone on new tires, so I think it will help me a bit because my heat tires were a bit damaged, so we'll see.
Okay, and Pedro PK, a lot of work to do from 6 on the grid, but he can make it happen. He showed the pace on Friday. We'll see what he can do from the 3rd row on Sunday. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Emery. We'll take it away from here and run it through to the finish as the white flag will wave this time by 1 lap to go for Larry Laurentiu Mardan. Perfect weekend in the works here to build off that Florida Winter Tour Championship from last year and try to go back-to-back here, Ron John.
Yeah, Laurentiu makes a lawful long trip all the way down from the Chicago area to come down here and race with us in Florida. I know he's looking for the main prize, and certainly has shown that he's got the kart to beat. He's been so fast this weekend. Hasn't put that kart really in any sort of a bad position other than right out there in front, and had that little issue there with perhaps maybe a cable of some sort, but no problems now. He's going to come down here, pick up the checker flags, bam! Laurentiu Mardan, your winner of VLR Masters. Mark Pavon ends up in that 2nd spot. It's Alex Daubon in 3rd. It'll be Ryan Molina in 4th position. Lori Kionis up next, and then Gallo Barros. So actually, it was they turned it around there. Kionis actually got around Molina there as they came back by the start-finish. So that'll flip those 2 guys around. Gallo Barros comes by and takes the checkered flag.
Cool little thumbs up he gave to the head flagman, Justin Dittrich, saying, hey, nice job, nice form with that. I have to agree. The head flagman here for the ROK Cup USA camp doing an awesome job putting on a show, and he's going to run the sticks one more time here this weekend as Pro ROK Shifter is slated to go your way next here. We've got a few moments before they get underway. A commercial break will take us for the final time here this weekend, and then it'll be time for the pre-race show with Emery Lida, Alexander Searle, and company down on pit lane to preview what we should expect for 20 laps of the fastest karts here in the ROK Cup class structure, the 6-speed gearbox, 125cc, 45-plus horsepower Pro ROK Shifter machines when they hit the racetrack here in downtown St. Pete. Stick with us. If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media. All right, welcome back here, and it's time to get things set and started here for Pro ROK Shifter. Alexander Searle, Emery Lida, and Connor Zilish, our runner-up here from the Pro ROK Senior main event, will join them as our pre-race show gets set to get started here for Pro ROK Shifter. Alex and Emery here, let's go ahead and send it down to you guys while Connor rolls on up, and he's going to join you down there as well. You got to share the two mics between the three of y'all, but first of all, decent afternoon. It's warmed up a little bit. What's everybody's thoughts here? Emery?
Yeah, here with both Alex and Connor Zilish. Connor, first I got to ask you, how was it racing this weekend?
It's been fun. I always enjoy coming back and racing go-karts, so getting out here is always a good time, and especially when you get to do it with some awesome people. So I'm looking forward to the next two rounds and hopefully bring in REM a championship.
Yeah, first, Connor, I'm going to start this off actually by saying you kind of let me down. I mean, you know, Xander asked me who I had winning senior ROK, and I said you. And I thought the first 10 laps, I was good with my pick, you know? And then the last 10 laps, you know, tires fell off and you finished second. Still not a bad finish for you. But that being said, Shifter ROK's coming up. I got to ask you, what are your expectations for this race?
I think it's going to get stretched out and kind of just be who can run the most consistent laps for the whole race. And, you know, I think obviously Marin and AJ are the two best shifter drivers possible out there. So I think the two of them are just going to kind of get out there, and whoever has the best pace is probably going to end up winning the race, unless one of them is able to hold the other back if one's faster than the other. But, you know, I think if I were to put my money on someone, I'd say Marin. He's been super fast all weekend, but you never know. It could be either one of them, even just off the hole shot. Whoever gets the better hole shot could probably end up winning the race.
Yeah, awesome. And actually, I'm going to ask Emery the question. Who's your pick for this race, man?
Man, I mean, we've seen all weekend long a lot of battles between Marian and AJ. Kind of the starts have been mixed, the race pace has been mixed. We know Marian's been a little bit quicker in the back sector. We know AJ's been a little bit quicker in the first sector. And I gotta say, I think AJ has looked a little bit better at certain points, and I just think that in the first half of the lap where there's a little bit more overtaking opportunities, I'm gonna go with AJ, because I don't think Marian's gonna be able to get that last corner pass again, but we'll see if he can prove me wrong.
Interesting stuff. I mean, I'm going to throw a curveball out there. I'm going to say Josh Conker's going to win this race. I think AJ and Marian are going to fight a little bit too much, maybe go a little wide in turn one. Conker's going to sneak in and win the race. That's my pick.
Xander, you got a pick?
I like it, boys. I like the feedback here. First of all, I think, you know, we go back to last year. It was a Burrell go-kart that got into AJ Myers, and the two came together, and it was tears at the end for the Magic Kart driver. That being said, we've got a different one behind the wheel here this year. Jake French, of course, retiring at the end of last year. Marian Kremers here on the pole, getting set to go green. All that being said here, let's take a look. We've got also our live viewer poll going on as well in the chat. So I'd love to take a look here. Taylor Burris, my producer, who do we have winning? What's our percentage right now?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see for sure. And I think really the biggest thing is this is a long race. You've got few overtaking opportunities, but so much of it's going to come down to just the first couple corners and who can get the whole shot. We saw yesterday that Marian was able to get better starts on the inside than what he got on the first seat, but certainly, I mean, it's been one of those things where both the inside and the outside has led to whole shots. And Connor, I got to ask you a quick question. Having run Shifter before and your little bit of experience, how different is the start procedure, and how important is it to be right on it from a reaction time standpoint at the start of the race?
Yeah, you know, shifter starts are nerve-wracking. You know, in a single speed, all you got to do is stay on the guy in front of your bumper. But there's actually something you can actually mess up in a shifter start and make yourself or put yourself in a bad spot for the rest of the race. Your whole race can be decided by the start, which is possible in single speed as well, but it's a lot easier to go wrong in a shifter considering the standing starts with the hand clutch and just trying to get that whole shot off the line. But these guys have done it a million times before, so it's not often you see them mess up. But I've seen both of them make mistakes on the start, so you never know what can happen.
Hey, one thing really quick there to you boys down. We got our results so far on the poll. Marian Kremers, by the fan vote so far, 60, 67? 70%. 70% of the vote, nearly 3/4 going with the way of the PSL karting driver and the former KZ world champion. Less so for AJ Myers in the Magic Kart. So comes in as the underdog on the odds. Interesting to hear that. You know what, boys, just on that, I like underdogs. I'm a big fan of Marian Kremers. I'm going to give AJ the benefit of the doubt. I think that AJ Myers in that Magic Kart on the outside lane will get the the cleaner part of the racetrack. I think he gets the whole shot. I think he gets clear at turn number 1, and I think this time he doesn't leave that door open in turn number 11 for Marian Kremers to get by. That's my bet. We'll see if it holds. Ron John, you're the last one we've got on the broadcast team. Your pick here for this Pro ROK Shifter main before we fire the engines.
All right, I'm going to take a little wild pick here. You ready?
All right, what do you got?
Pedro PK.
Oh, okay. That's a gamble.
It's been a tough week for him, but he kind of sounded pretty confident there about his kart, and if he was on fresh tires, perhaps he's going to have an opportunity. Of course, it'll take a couple of guys maybe not have a good start here, but I'll take Pedro.
Well, huge thanks here to our on-air pre-race crew, Alexander Searle, Emery Lida. They'll be giving us reports here when we can throughout this main event when things slow down if we need a little bit of extra intel. In the meantime, the karts have been released onto the racetrack, so let's take you through your starting lineup one more time. The wait is over. Pro ROK Shifter that has been building up all weekend long. Now watch again, Marian Kremers and a number of those drivers starting on the inside lane, driving down the inside lane on this outlap here to try and clean it off and lay down some rubber. Yeah,
no doubt about it. He was definitely doing it as he switched over there right towards the end, going back and forth, just trying to get any sort of dirt maybe out of that area as they'll, again, now come back around. Of course, they'll go from a standing start here. Marian Kremers, AJ Myers on the front row. It's going to be all about the start. Seems like the guys who have gotten a really good start have been able to kind of get out there and hang on, but I don't know. I know I picked Pedro. I just think he felt, kind of sounded so confident about his cars and being on fresh tires, but
we'll have to see. We left out, of course, Giorgio Carrara in that International Motorsport Lenzo kart. He could be a real factor here in this one as he rolls off on the outside of row 2. Josh Conker on that Carblos Racing Engines Maranello makes up the inside of that second row. Row 3, of course, Hunter Pickett cracked the top 5 for the first time all weekend. He starts to the inside of PK. Vincenzo Saraceno, Baylor Griffin, and the rest of the Pro ROK Shifter field have gotten a clean and green signal. Who gets the whole shot for the first time in the 2023 Florida Winter Tour season? We go to the lights for Pro ROK Shifter main event action, and away we go with AJ Myers, full whole shot to the lead in turn number 1.
Wow!
Called it. I'm going to take that one on the chin here, or take that one in the pride. AJ Myers, whole shot from the clean side of the racetrack, gets the lead. He leads them over to turn 5 on the opening lap. It is Kremers second, Conker third. Then you got Carrara in 4th, PK 5th. Hunter Pickett loses out on that row, start into 6th, and now Marian Kremers up and over the rear bumper.
Oh, no.
Oh, my goodness. Marian Kremers around in turn number 8. He sent it down the inside and jumps over the rear tires. Myers has a problem. AJ Myers has a flat tire or something wrong. They've crashed on the opening lap. His hand is in the air. Oh no, the pipe is off. The pipe is off on AJ Myers. Josh Conker to the lead. Are you kidding me?
In one half of a lap, we've lost the 2 top drivers.
Look at that. Look, AJ Myers is not happy here. He was frustratedly pointing at Marian Kremers. Kremers lost the whole shot, sent it on the inside, turn 8. Myers turns down. Kremers leaps over the left rear tire, knocks that pipe off, and now this race is completely different. Josh Conker has never won a Florida Winter Tour before. Neither has Giorgio Carrara, the factory Lenzo kart driver. Hunter Pickett has so many podiums in 2022. Can he get a breakthrough win? Look at that crossover. What a move by Hunter Pickett. Move Pickett up to second in that PSL Karting VLR.
Wow. You know, didn't even put him out there on our list, but seemed like everybody, man, Giorgio Carrara doing a great job as well. Now he's going to end up in that third position for Giorgio, but Hunter Pickett, wow, great start for Hunter. Unfortunate incident there in turn number 8 for Marian. Is already able to actually get back and pass a driver there, but
wow, what a show, ladies and gentlemen. Here, Josh Conker has Hunter Pickett bearing down on him. Hunter Pickett started this week with an abysmal qualifying effort.
Yes.
He was down in the 9th position to launch out of the 11 and 12 kart grid, and now through the heats, clawed his way forward. Not even a great start to this main. He was 6th. Now he's 2nd, and he is looking on Josh Conker in that Carlos Racing Engines Maranello. What a performance from Hunter Pickett, the 2022 Challenge of the Americas champion. Said at the beginning of the year, he signed with PSL Karting in the summer of 2022. And he said he didn't really feel comfortable on the go-kart till the very end of the year. And now entering 23, he does. And he's looking for the lead and his first win on the red and white colors as they head through the double right. It'll be 5 complete, 15 laps to go this time by in this completely unpredictable main. Here comes Pickett. He'll force Josh Conker to low line. We've got a fight in this one, Ron John.
no doubt about it. Looked like Josh definitely was protecting there as they headed down to turn number 1. It looked like at one point Hunter was going to dive bomb on him, but thought better of it. Certainly Hunter Pickett, plenty of racing blood in his body, that's for sure.
Oh, look at that. He got alongside him in 5, crosses him up out of 6. Just sizing him up right now, but again, they got to be careful. Giorgio Carrara on that International Motorsport Factory Lenzo kart is not too far back. As well as that, Vincenzo Saraceno has gone up to 4th. As it's been a big-time fade for Pedro Piquet.
Yes.
He's all the way back to 6th behind Baylor Griffin in that Ursula Racing VLR, and now back up front again here.
All right.
6 laps complete.
Working lap number 7, as you had mentioned, he's definitely fallen back a little bit. Looks like we're going
he's
to have
going
a
again.
pass.
Got him. Hunter Pickett to the lead in turn 5.
Wow.
Conker trying to look back on him, can't quite do it. So Hunter Pickett leads his first laps of the Florida Winter Tour in the PSL Karting VLR colors on Sunday. What a drive for the 436. The PSL Karting crew probably thought they lost their chance at the win with with Marian Kremers going out on the opening circuit in turn number 8, but Hunter Pickett now showing the way with Josh Conker back to 2nd and Giorgio Carrara sits in 3rd.
Boy, our top 3 are nose to tail as they head for 5 again. Once again, didn't think that was necessarily going to be the spot to pass, but it certainly was a good spot there for Hunter. Able to get around Josh. And Giorgio's still right there as well, hoping that something may happen up there amongst those front 2. Looking back a little bit, that's going to be Vincenzo Saraceno, Baylor Griffin. Good run so far for Baylor, pushing Pedro Piquet now back into that 6th position.
So Hunter Pickett now starting to try and open the gap up back to Josh Conker as they exit turn number 3. Here's a look, like you said, back in the 4th, 5th, 6th group. That's a big gap from the top 3 back to the back 3. And then there is Marian Kremers trying to do damage control. He's got his way around Ethan Boer, and I think just got around Dominic Legrand as well. So Marian Kremers, indeed, was able to get around Legrand. He's 6 seconds back from the lead. I don't think he's going to be able to get up to the lead and maybe even to the podium, but who knows what damage that PSL Karting Factory VLR has after the contact as Josh Conker is back to the lead in turn 3.
What a great move there for Josh. It looked like Josh was a little bit quicker the last time through that particular area. And again, Josh Conker out in front at Maranello kart, doing really, really good in his hands. He's been really fast this weekend. It's just that he had Marian and AJ out in front of him. But here he comes this time. Josh Conker back to the front, halfway home, 10 laps in, working lap number 11.
So again,
and the race is going by, as you well know. These laps are so doggone quick.
Yeah, Josh Conker here over Hunter Pickett and Giorgio Carrara. Do have Vincenzo Saraceno closing in ever so slightly there in 4th. However, Pickett losing a little bit of ground through turn 8 allows Conker to get further away. Josh Conker as well, looking for that first career Florida Winter Tour victory. The 2022 Stars Championship Series ROK Shifter champion was able to get a main event win in the overall division that included KZ power plants over the eventual KZ champion Vincenzo Saraceno in that group. So Josh Conker has been making serious strides, and you talk about another mid-season change. He moved over to the Maranello camp with Carblo's Racing Engines in the summer of 22, right before the third round of the season, headed to New Jersey Motorsports Park. So he's only had 3 total American events, the 2 finale Stars Series races, and got more problems over here. Hunter Pickett's around in turn 10.
Oh, wow.
Hunter Pickett. I don't know what happened there in turn number 10 as we picked them up to the final corner, and the Burrell Art boys continue to have just chaos.
I was going to say, just all of a sudden, I look out on the track to see him come by, and there was such a huge gap between Josh and the third-place driver. I was wondering where Hunter had gone. Here he is. He just come back by the start-finish once again.
It doesn't look like he really has that much damage. I don't see that he any contact on the car, so, and I don't think he was close enough for anything to happen. Maybe just a little mistake there. We'll try and maybe get a word with Hunter Pickett as he's going to pull into the Hunter Pickett into the scale line. So we'll might be able to get a word with Hunter Pickett here mid-race here and see what happened as we've got 7 laps to go. Josh Conker now with the biggest lead we've seen all race. Marian Kremers and AJ Myers collide on the opening lap. After Myers gets the whole shot, it knocks the rear exhaust silencer off of, pipe off of AJ Myers' engine. He has to pull in. Kremers spun on his own with the contact. He's at the back trying to dig forward. And then now, Hunter Pickett, his teammate, crashes out in turn 10 and pulls in early. And again, Marian Kremers is starting to make some hay. He's now, thanks to attrition, up to 6th, trying to hunt down Pedro Piquet and Baylor Griffin. He just might get there by the drop of the checkered as we come to see 5 laps to go, this time by for Canadian Josh Conker. Can he hang on?
Vincenzo now up there into the 3rd position.
Yeah,
you're right. It looks like Giorgio's actually making up a little bit of that gap there.
Oh, wow. All right, hey, we got an interview here, Ron John.
Right,
we got AJ Myers down here trackside. Let's send it down to the boys, Emery and Alexander. What happened there from the Magic driver's perspective?
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I'm here with a not very happy AJ Myers. I mean, he got the dream start from the outside, got the whole shot into P1, but had contact with Kremers in turn 7. AJ, walk through the contact.
I mean, first off, I had a great start. I knew it was going to come out of the start. It just came down to the fact that the world champion was driving over his head. He thought he could make a pass from a couple cars back. That was never going to work. He took me out, plain and simple. He took himself out. And I have no nice thing to say about this guy. He can't race me clean. I try and be nice with the guy. I have nothing nice. I expect better. This was ridiculous.
Thanks, AJ. Yeah, very disappointed AJ Myers here. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Alexander. And again, this is not the first run and AJ Myers and Marian Kremers have had together. They obviously collided at Utah and Salt Lake City last year, racing for the lead and the win, and they've done it again here this time. As we watch your field head through turns 2 and 3, how tight it is up front. Josh Conker had a big lead over Giorgio Carrara. That's evaporated here as the field exits on through. This time by, it'll be 3 laps to go. You've got 3 drivers battling for the lead and the win. Conker, Carrara, and in the catbird seat is Vincenzo Saraceno. It'll be 2 laps to go, as the lap 18 gets concluded. Double sticks in the air, Ron John. It's still anyone's race here in St. Petersburg.
Race. What an absolutely crazy beginning to our race. And just the first half lap, 2 of our top drivers already out, at least one of them, I should say, out. The other one able to continue, has been able to make up some spots, but nonetheless, that battle still continues as Josh Conker out there in front.
Look at Carrara, almost to the rear bumper there into turn number 5.
Yeah, but it looks like he's trying to set him up for that run down to the inside going into 8. He's going to be able to make it. Nope, thinks better of it. In the meantime, look at Vincenzo pulling up as well. Go ahead.
So coming to the white flag this time by. We'll watch it on the cams along with all of you back home. Josh Conker leads over Giorgio Carrara, Vincenzo Saraceno, Pedro Piquet, Baylor Griffin, Marian Kremers unofficially might be able to crack the top 5, pending a penalty there if he gets one for the contact with AJ Myers. Final time through though, Josh Conker just needs half a lap more, and it will be a first career Pro Shifter victory in the Florida Winter Tour and on the full national stage. What a performance. Out of 8, over to turn 9. The Canadian is going to pull off the upset. Josh Conker and Carblos Racing Engines win in St. Petersburg.
Wow. Wow.
Man, Giorgio Carrara. And
Emery seems to be the guy that called the shots there, didn't he?
Holy cow. No, that was Alexander.
Oh, that was Alexander. Okay.
Alex's long shot, dark horse pick. Josh
Great
Conker
pick.
gets the win, and he is going to be fired up after that one there. As we also had some chaos at the end over in turn 1. Baylor Griffin, I think he might have blown an engine, but we've got, I believe, some donuts going on over in turn 3 here for Josh Conker. A very, very happy Canadian. Josh Conker wins on the national stage here in the first round of the Florida Winter Tour, second on the Pro National calendar, his first start of 2023. And the boys in red, yellow, and black get a win with their only entry in the field. What a run. Man, is there a lot to unpack from that one. First of all, let's go down to our reporters really quickly if we've got them nearby. Alexander Searle, Emery Lida, you guys got us down in the pit lane? I think they might be a little bit out of range there. We'll see if we can chat with them. I'm sure they are grabbing as many drivers as we can find. But Ranjan,
wow.
Catch your breath.
Yeah, no
and
kidding.
Tell me what you think.
I thought that was absolutely amazing. Congratulations to Josh. He's been working so hard. He knew those two guys that were out in front of him were the best of the best. Unfortunately, those two once again came together here and ended up, Marian was able to continue, but AJ obviously not a very happy camper, which we could certainly understand. But what a tremendous run. Big, huge victory for Josh Conker. Giorgio Carrera, great run for Giorgio as well, and Vincenzo Saraceno. Congratulations to Vincenzo, ends up in that 3rd spot. My pick, Pedro, ends up in 4th. Unfortunate incident there for Hunter Pickett. Love to find out exactly what happened there with Hunter.
Yeah, he already went on back to the hauler there. Hunter Pickett unable to get us a little bit of words there, but I'm sure a lot of frustration for Hunter Pickett as well. So, whew, my goodness. Well, we've got a lot to break down after that one, ladies and gentlemen. Stick with us here. Post-race interviews coming your way after one of the craziest Pro ROK Shifter main events in quite some time. Live from Tropicana Field, that wraps up the on-track action here for round 1 of the Florida Winter Tour. But don't worry, the fireworks do not stop there. We'll be right back. Crucial part of the magic that's taken AJ Myers to multiple national championships. Check out Greyhound Racing Seats and their full catalog of options, from their R1 and R1 Extra soft seats for high grip conditions, their Viper medium seat for medium grip, and the RS2 stiff seat for low grip conditions. It's time to win. It's time to see why Greyhound makes the difference. If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media. Welcome back here live from St. Petersburg in Tropicana Field here, and we've got some post-race interviews to hit here. Marian Kremers has made it through the scale line, and you can see here just a little bit of chat there with one of the PSL VLR team operatives there, and Franz, and he's down with Alexander Searle and Emery Lyda after, wow, a crazy fight. And having to come back through the field. Crashed again on the last lap as well. Boys, take it away.
Yeah, thanks. And I'm here with Marian. I mean, you know what I got to ask. I mean, AJ got the whole shot on you into turn 1. You went to go fight back into 7, had contact. Just walk me through what happened.
Yeah, he had a really good start, so props to him for that one. But then the first lap, he was sliding all over the place, so I knew I could make a move early on. In the chicane in 5, he went a little bit wide, then slowed it down right for 6, so I knew I could get into 7, I could make a move there. I went for it and he turned in. Unfortunately, we made contact, resulting in him DNFing me, going way back and trying to get back through the field, which is unfortunate because we're definitely the first and second guy all week. So yeah, it's a shame, but I don't think the contact really was my fault. I mean, I went in for a lunge. On this track, you're going to have the other person to cooperate with you. I did in the first heat. He did to me in the pre-final. We both turned out of it when we saw the other person there, and this time he didn't leave me any space. So yeah, there's only a wall there on the inside, which I clipped as well, and then bounced into him, which is unfortunate. But like I say, you need the other person to cooperate a little bit with you when you're overtaking you, which most of the other drivers did when I was coming through the field. Had an incident on the last lap with another driver, which is a shame. But I mean, it's the last lap. I expect not to get given any room there. So yeah, that's not on him, I don't think. But especially early on in the race, I would assume you give a little bit of room to the other driver as well.
Yeah, thanks, Marian. Tough race for him, obviously. Back to you boys in the booth.
Thanks, Alex, there. So that's the other half of that one there for Marian Kremers and AJ Myers. The rivalry just got some nitro fuel poured onto it. Meanwhile, there is a lot of other storylines to unpack, including one super stoked Canadian. Josh Conker is a Florida Winter Tour Pro ROK Shifter main event winner, and he is standing down trackside here with Emery and Alex.
Here with Josh Conker, your Pro Shifter victor. Josh, I just gotta say, that was one crazy race. Walk me through it.
Yeah, you know, it definitely wasn't an easy race. Hunter had a lot of pace today. He found some pace overnight, which was good to see because he was a little off this weekend. So, you know, I had a good battle with Hunter, had a good battle with Giorgio. Definitely respect both drivers. Very clean battle, very respectful battle, so I thank them for that. But yeah, crazy race. First Pro Shifter, I guess, debut win, if you want to call it that. But yeah, just super excited to get the win for the Carbos Racing Engines Maranello team.
Yeah, and this is a big win, obviously, for you. First Pro Shifter win. You've had a lot of pace over the last year or so, really kind of finding your groove. Just talk to me when you felt this was possible over the course of the weekend.
I'd say really Heat 2 and Heat 3 was kind of where like I figured I could challenge AJ and Marian. But obviously, you know, they are two of the best. Sucks to see them get into it back there. I would have loved to have raced them and learned a lot. But yeah, like right then and there, Heat 2 and Heat 3, when we caught them on pace, was kind of when we figured we had a shot at it.
One last thing related to them. I know you were probably in the best seat in the house to see that incident. Any thoughts on it?
You know, for my instance, I'd say it's a racing incident. Kremers went for a pass. AJ held his ground, didn't give him, didn't move to give him any leeway. So just hard racing between the two of them. Unfortunate to see that happen, but it is racing at the end of the day, and sometimes stuff like that happens.
Well, there you have it. Between all the fireworks, Josh Conker comes through with an amazing win here in Pro ROK Shifter. He takes home the victory amidst all the chaos. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Emery here. So Josh Conker, what a congratulations, and the celebrations can begin. He's got to give himself a lot of credit. He hung with the two of the best we've got in North America's pro circuit all weekend long, and I think he still could have been there in the main, depending on how things shook out. So congratulations to Josh Conker, first and foremost here. Giorgio Carrara was, as we got info here from one of our other eyes around the racetrack, was the driver that got into Hunter Pickett and turned him around, which again explains the frustration for Pickett, wanting to make sure he didn't say anything he'd regret and stepping aside after he came into the scale line early. Hate to see it again for Hunter Pickett. He had a good run going, was keeping Josh Conker honest, and I'm sure there's a lot of official intervention here still to go. So Josh Conker, a winner here in St. Petersburg. We're going to go quiet on the airwaves and bring you podium ceremonies trackside here. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in to watch the Kart Chaser live coverage of opening round of the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour, the second stop on the 2023 Pro National season, live from the home of the Tampa Bay Rays and the home of opening weekend for the Florida Winter Tour. That's a wrap. We'll see you all here live on the KC Streams with the SCUSA Winter Series season finale in Homestead in 3 weeks' time, and the ROK Cup Florida Winter Tour rolls on to the PK Race Park in just a few weeks as well. Thank you for watching, thanks for tuning in, and thanks for listening and viewing from all around the world. For ROK Cup USA, Kart Chaser, and myself, Xander Clements, and Ron John Ebersole, thanks for tuning in. See you next time.